I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is the the monthly meeting of the Anchorage Assembly, January 12th, 2016. Madam Clerk, please do the roll call.
Mr. Honeman.
Here.
Mr. Steele.
Here.
Ms. Demboski.
Present.
Mr. Flynn.
Present.
Mr. Trainey.
Here.
Ms. Gray Jackson. Mr. Evans.
Here.
Mr. Peterson. Mr. Starr.
Here.
Ms. Johnston. Mr. Hall.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next time is Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Evans, would you lead us in that, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Next item of business is approval of the regular meeting minutes from December 22nd, 2015, item 4A. Mr. Honeman?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion from Assembly members? Is there any objection to it? Not seeing any. Let me go to the two that are online. Ms. Gray Jackson. Do you approve the minutes, ma'am? Mr. Peterson, do you approve of minutes? Technology.
If you wish, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to approve the minutes on their behalf since I wasn't here.
Just 1 minute, Mr. Chair. I think we might have had a little technology glitch.
I think so. Let me see if my line is going nuts.
Yep.
Elby said I just got cut off, and now it's just ringing. Okay, let me see if I can do this a different way.
You call Elby, I'll call Pete.
Hi, Elby. I've got you on the loudspeaker, so.
Just a second. I think we need to reestablish the bridge. We're going to try to do that.
You want to wait a while?
Could we just have a minute, please?
Okay. She's going to try and reestablish.
I really can't hear her.
Okay.
And I got good hearing. All right, thank you.
Okay, ma'am.
All right.
She says I've got good hearing.
Pete, we're trying to reestablish the meeting.
You do?
So give me a few minutes and I'll call back in.
What is bright?
Right, right. So we're ringing
Jackson
through.
Brown.
Right? It's on, speakerphone.
It's going to be a long night. Did you get it? Okay.
Are they calling you? Do what? 1 second. Do you want him to call in again?
Hi, is there anybody on the line right now?
Can we just call Elby?
No, we need to do it on the bridge so that we can record.
Do you want them to call back in?
Not quite yet because it's something is wrong.
Something's wrong with the bridge, Pete, so just to give it a few more minutes.
I actually think that when we the pledge, it's something disconnected. So I think we're just going to get it reset up.
that's fine.
Is that, I mean, if that's good with you.
Okay, so we're ready. I'm going to
Okay.
tell them both to call in.
Okay,
He's
Pete,
good, call in.
Pete, go ahead and try
If
calling
we
in
have
again.
a bit of problem, then we'll do
Rich
that.
should be working. All right. You may tell LV or?
I've got it.
Okay, very
She's
good.
doing it.
So we do have a motion to approve on the floor.
Motion to approve the minutes are on the floor.
For Ms. Gray
Jackson and Mr. Peterson.
to vote.
Did somebody call him?
Ms. Gray Jackson, are you there? Mr. Peterson, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Let me try and get LB to dial in.
Here I am.
Thank you, Ms.
Okay.
Gray Jackson.
I'm also walking, so you can just Thank you.
Okay. Where we're at on the agenda is we're at the minutes to approve the minutes of December 22nd. We had a motion, a second to approve the minutes. I was going to do two for your votes. Mr. Peterson first.
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Yes.
Some members, please vote.
They already voted.
They already voted? Okay. Good. Okay. Those minutes are approved. My thanks again, clerk's office. We now go to the addendum to the agenda. Mr. Honeman?
Move to,
Okay, sorry. I try to bypass things. Mr. Mayor, sir. Anything from you?
Nothing at this time. Thank you.
Assembly Chair's report. Please look on your schedule for work sessions. We've got a lot of work sessions coming up on marijuana on Fridays, so that it's out there. If you have a problem, let us know if you're not getting the messages. And that's all I've got. Committee reports. Mr. Hall first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am having a marijuana committee meeting the 14th at 4 o'clock, room 155, and then next week on the 20th, an ethics and election committee meeting, 12 o'clock, and City Hall, probably 155. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnston.
No report, thank you.
Mr. Starr, sir.
Oh, just that the draft audit plan should be in front of the Assembly for the next meeting, either acceptance or consideration, depending on that. But you should see a draft email of that here this week. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, sir.
No report, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Honeman.
thank you, Mr. Chair. As the substitute vice chair in Ms. Gray Jackson's absence, I accept full responsibility for the technical faux pas from earlier. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to the edification of my colleagues, my schedule has changed at my full-time job, and so therefore Wednesdays are no longer going to work for Public Safety Committee meeting. The scheduled meeting for January is this Friday from 10 a.m. to noon at the Assembly Conference Room 155. So to the department heads that are here, hopefully we've gotten that out information. Ms. Honest, thank you very much for getting the agenda put together and making the adjustments. So going forward, we believe we have a conflict in March because of the joint meeting between the Assembly and the school board. So we'll likely have to follow up just after that meeting and do the Public Safety Committee thereafter. So prepare for, I guess, a longer day that day. Beyond that, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the opportunity to step in Ms. Gray Jackson's absence.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Flynn, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two things. One, I wanted to announce that Mr. Campbell, who has heretofore been the Central Region Director for the Department of Transportation at the state level, and therefore by designation served as chair of the AMAT's Policy Committee, retired at the end of 2015, and therefore we will have a new, although we don't know yet who, chair of the AMAT's Policy Committee, beginning with our meeting this month. Presuming we have one, the THC already canceled their meeting for the month because they did not have enough items on the agenda to justify it. And second, Mr. Chairman, as I indicated in my email, that I think most of the membership got a chance to see with the Supreme Court's decision on the Ketchikan school funding case, I think it appropriate to dissolve
Absolutely.
the ad hoc committee on school funding issues. We really, at this point, have nothing to react to, and I will continue, if at your request, my conversations with the city's finance department, looking at you, Mr. Harris, even as you're multitasking, so that the options are available to the body should my term conclude prior to a final resolution of this issue. The dissenting opinions did raise the possibility that this could come back in a different form.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Community and Economic Development Committee did not have a meeting this month because a number of staff and committee members participated in the Governor's Housing Conference on January 6th. It's anticipated that our next committee meeting will be February 3rd at 10 a.m. at the 4700 Elmore location. As far as the AK Alchemist matter, which is on the agenda under item number 15, on January 7th, Assembly Council and myself met with the Appellants Council, Mr. Coffey, and the MOA Council, Mr. Owens, to discuss the remaining process and anticipating timing for introducing the proposed Assembly decision in action. It was agreed that the Assembly will introduce the proposed action on January 26th at that meeting, and the item will be before us for final action on February 9th. Because this is an appeal, thus quasi-judicial, the body is reminded that ex parte communication on this matter is prohibited. Therefore, if you receive any emails, calls, texts, please disregard. And that's it.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Steele, sir.
Mr. Chairman, we have Enterprise Committee scheduled for Thursday. The item on that is the capital request for the port, and we'll also get an update on where they are on construction items. Thank you.
I think that's the only item we're going down to Juneau to request this year. Capital is the port.
That's correct, and we had a great presentation, I thought, by the port and others to the legislative, the Anchorage caucus the other day. So moving right along.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson, sir, committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No report this evening.
Ms. Gray Jackson, committee report, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No report. You all look fabulous on TV, by the way.
You what?
You all look fabulous on TV, by the way.
Okay. I'm going to write a note that says hi to her. Okay, with that being finished, let's go down to addendum to the agenda. Mr. Oneman, I need a motion on addendum to the agenda.
Move to incorporate the agenda to the agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion was to incorporate the addendum to the agenda. I'll now go through those items that are on the sheet that you've got. Item 9D8, the same memorandum AM 22-206, 2016, sole source purchase of professional services with Safeguard Marine LLC, Safeguard, to perform Phase 2 ship stimulus and pilot evaluation services for the municipality of Anchorage, Port of Anchorage, Port. It's coming from them, $122,400, purchasing department. Item 9F3, under ordinances and resolutions for introduction, there's an S version of 16-3. So you might want to get rid of 3 and just use the S version, because that's the one that comes out of planning and zoning with all their amendments on it. So anyway, it's ordinance AO 2016-3S, an ordinance adding a new Anchorage Municipal Code, new code section 21.03.105, marijuana special land use permit, adding a new section 21.05.055, marijuana establishments, amending various other sections of new code to accommodate marijuana establishments, adding a new Anchorage Municipal Code, old code section 21.50.420, conditional use standards, marijuana, amending the conditional use process definitions, and the B2A, B2B, and B2C districts to allow retail marijuana establishments in the Central Business District, and amending Anchorage Municipal Code of Regulations, Chapter 20.05, Planning Department, public request on 1/26/16, There's an accompanying memorandum with it, AM 26-2016. Dropping down, item 9F5 is same memorandum, AM 15-2016. Planning and Zoning Commission appointment, Gregory J. Strike from the Mayor's Office, public comment period, so this will be in front of us on 1/26/16. Item 9F6, ordinance AO 2016-4, ordinance submitting to qualified voters residing in the Denali subdivision at the regular municipal election on April 5th, 2016, a ballot proposition to create a new streetlight service area designated as Denali Street Municipal Code AMC Section 27.30.700 and automatically consolidate the Delaney SLSA with the Eagle River SLSA effective retroactively as of January 1st, 2016. From Public Works, public hearing, they request on 1/26/16. Accompanying memorandum with it, AM 16-2016. Item 9F7, ordinance AO 2016-5, an ordinance submitted to qualified voters residing in the Marion Bowers subdivision at the regular municipal election on April 5th, 2016, a ballot proposition to create a new streetlight service area designated as the Marion Bowen Streetlight Service Area, SLSA, and upon voter approval, accordingly amending Municipal Code AMC Section 27.30.700 and automatically consolidating the Marion Bowers SLSA with the Eagle River SLSA effective retroactively as of January 1st, 2016. Public Works Department, public hearing requested on 1/26/16. An accompanying memorandum, AM 17/2016. Item 9F8, ordinance AO 2016-6, an ordinance submitting to qualified voters residing in the Ptarmigan subdivision, Upper Eagle River Estate subdivision, and Ptarmigan addition at the regular municipal election on April 5th, 2016, a ballot proposition to create a new streetlight service area designated as the Ptarmigan subdivision, Upper Eagle River Estate subdivision, and Ptarmigan addition street light service area, SLSA, and upon voter approval, accordingly amending Municipal Code AMC Section 27.30.700 and automatically consolidate the Ptarmigan subdivision, Upper Eagle River Estate subdivision, and Ptarmigan addition SLSA with the Eagle River SLSA effective retroactively as of January 1st, 2016. Public Works Department, public hearing request on 1/26/16. Accompanying Assembly Memorandum, AM 18-2016. Going to the back page. (9F9), ordinance AO 2016-7, an ordinance submitted to qualified voters residing in the Upland subdivision at a regular municipal election on April 5th, 2016, a ballot proposition to create a new street light service area designated as the Upland Street Light Service Area, SLSA, and upon voter approval, accordingly amending Municipal Code AMC Section 27.30.700, automatically consolidate the Uplands SLSA with the Eagle River SLSA effective retroactively as of January 1st, 2016. Public Works Department, public hearing requested 1/26/16, and accompanying memorandum with it, AM 19-2016. Item 9F10, ordinance AO 2016-8, an ordinance submitted to qualified voters residing in the Glenview Estates North subdivision and Northwoods Phase 2 subdivision at the regular municipal election on April 5th, 2016, a ballot proposition to create a new streetlight service area designation as the as the Glenview Estates North subdivision and Northwoods Phase 2 subdivision streetlight service area, SLSA, and upon voter approval, accordingly amending Anchorage Municipal Code AMC Section 27.30.700 and automatically consolidate the Glenview Estates North subdivision and Northwoods Phase 2 subdivision, SLSA, with the Eagle River SLSA effective immediately as of January 1st, 2016. Public Works Department, public hearing requested 1/26/16. Accompanying memorandum with that, AM 20-2016. Item 9F11, ordinance AO 2016-9, an ordinance submitted to qualified voters residing in the Purvis Subdivision Edition 1, Purvis Subdivision Edition Number 2, Purvis Subdivision Edition Number 3, Purvis Subdivision Edition Number 4, Heritage Estates and Heritage Estates Edition Number 2 at a regular municipal election on April the 1st, 2016, a ballot proposition to create a new street light service area designated as a Purvis Subdivision Edition Number 1, Purvis Subdivision Edition Number 2, Purvis Subdivision Edition Number 3, Purvis Subdivision Edition Number 4, Heritage Estates and Heritage Estates Edition Number 2, Street Light Service Area, SLSA, and upon voter approval accordingly, amending Municipal Code, AMC Section 27.30.700, automatically consolidate the Purvis Subdivision Number 1, Purvis Subdivision Edition Number 2, Purvis Subdivision Edition Number 3, Purvis Subdivision Edition Number 4, Heritage Estates and Heritage Estates Edition Number 2, SLSA, with the Eagle River SLSA effective retroactively as of January 1st, 2016. Public Works Department, public hearing requested 12616, and accompanying some memorandum with that, AM 21-2016.
You need a break?
Not yet. Okay. I'm getting there. Item 9F12, a same memorandum, AM 2016-10, an ordinance amending Title 28 of the Anchorage Municipal Code to remove references to ballot forms no longer used, to codify the actions the Assembly may take with respect to initiatives and referendum positions as authorized by Municipal Charter 3.02, to require the full text of all ballot propositions to be made available to voters at all polling places, to eliminate the requirement the sample ballots must contain the full text of all ballot propositions, and updating language to be included in official ballots. From Assembly Member Ernie Hall, public hearing requested 12616, and accompanying a same memorandum with that, AM 23-2016. Item 9F13, ordinance AO 2016-11, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, submitting to the qualified voters residing in the Girdwood Valley Service Area, GVSA, at the regular election on April 5th, 2016, a ballot proposition to add to the existing powers of the GVSA the power to provide for police protection services beginning July 1st, 2016, at the sole expense of the GVSA, and amending Title 27 as appropriate, if the ballot proposition is approved by the voters. From Assembly Members Johnston and Evans, public hearing requested 12616. Accompanying Assembly Memorandum AM 24-2016. Going to page 3. We're almost there. Item 9F14, ordinance AO 2016-12, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, section 28.30.020, section 28.03. So let me get that straight again. Okay, 28.30.020, section 28.30.030, section 28.70.030, and section 28.70.050 to require registration of write-in candidates in elections for service area boards and supervisors at least 5 days before the election. From Assembly Members Johnson and Evans, public hearing requested 12616. Item 9F15, ordinance AO 2016-13, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly formally dedicating tract A1 Waldron subdivision for permanent park and recreation purposes. From Assembly Member Traney and Assembly Vice Chair Gray Jackson, public hearing requested 12616. Accompanying Assembly Memorandum with that, AM 25-216. Item 9F16, ordinance 2016-14, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Title 7 of the Anchorage Municipal Code to clarify that the municipality's exercise of rights and interests in oil and gas properties does not trigger requirements of Title 7. This being submitted by the Legal Department, public hearing requested 12616, and accompanying same memorandum, AM 27-2016. Is there any objection to the addendum to the agenda? Seeing no objection, Madam Clerk. Mr. Peterson, do you object to the inclusion of the addendum to the agenda?
No. No
Ms.
objection.
Gray Jackson, do you object
No.
to it? Thank you. I'll need a motion from you, Mr. Honeman, to go to late on the table items.
Move to incorporate the late on the table item.
Is there a second? Okay. I'll go through them. The first one is item 9B3. It's revised. The name of it is Municipality of Anchorage 2016 State Legislative Program. And the next one, laid on the table item, is item 9E6, a semi-information memorandum, AIM 10-2016. And the title is Amortization of General Obligation Bonds and the Average Life of Capital Assets Financed and Annual Savings Associated with Refinanced General Obligation Bonds. Is there any objection laid on the table items being added to the agenda? Seeing no objection, Madam Clerk. Mr. Peterson.
No objection.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
No.
Okay. I'll now need a motion on the consent agenda. Then we'll pull items for further discussion.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, moved and seconded. Mr. Peterson, Ms. Gray Jackson, any objection to the motion to approve the consent agenda?
No.
No.
Okay. Let's see. We're fine. Mr. Hall, anything you want to pull, sir?
No, sir.
If you pull it, you've got to read it. Ms. Johnston.
9A1.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Starr, sir.
No items.
Mr. Evans, sir.
No items.
Mr. Honeman.
No items.
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item 9, Foxtrot 3, to declare a potential conflict of interest. And parenthetically, this S version.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Also 9 Bravo 3, so that we can substitute the appropriate version of the legislative program.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Bowski?
No items.
Mr. Steele?
No item.
Mr. Peterson?
No item.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We'll start voting, but first I want you two to vote on the consent agenda with the exception of items that were pulled for a little further discussion. And the clerk reminds me that those items were 9A1. Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Mr. Flynn pulled 9F3, potential conflict. And Mr. Flynn also pulled 9B3 to substitute. So, do you guys approve that?
Yes.
Ms. Gray?
Yes.
Okay. Please vote. That basically approves our consent agenda with those items that are pulled for a little further discussion. We're going to go to the first one, which is 9A1.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay. This is a resolution on designated January 18th, 2016 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service. Is there any objection to approval of this item? Mr. Peterson?
No objection.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
No.
Ask unanimous from the Assembly that are here not seeing an objection, that is approved. Who's reading it? Who's presenting?
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly designating January 18, 2016 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service, encouraging volunteerism and recognizing community service projects honoring the legacy of Dr. King. Whereas in 1994, the United States Congress expanded the mission of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day to include a National Day of Community Service, and whereas the goal is to have all Americans observe Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day as a day on, not a day off, and whereas the late Coretta Scott King said of the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service, the greatest birthday gift my husband could receive is if people of all racial and ethnic backgrounds celebrate the holiday by performing individual acts of kindness through service to others, and Whereas participating in the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service has grown nationally, and volunteers from across the country have taken part in various service projects such as tutoring and mentoring, preparing and delivering meals, building and repairing homes, schools and senior centers, as well as teaching and reflecting on the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And whereas the municipality of Anchorage has joined in this celebration of public service and birthday by designating Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day as a day of community service since January 2008, whereas it is great importance that the community of Anchorage continue to join with others to honor the birthday of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. with a commitment to serve, and whereas on January 17, 2016, the annual Martin Luther King Jr. holiday community-wide commemoration will be held at West High, and whereas on January 18, 2016, the Alaska Bar Association, the Alaska Court System, and the Alaska Legal Service Corporations are sponsoring the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service free legal clinic, where hundreds of volunteer attorneys answer legal questions free of charge in communities across Anchorage and Alaska, serving hundreds of people and performing many hours of legal help valued at over $321,000. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolved that January 18, 2016 is designated Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day of Service in the municipality of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 12th day of January 2016.
Thank you, Assembly and Mayor Berkowitz. Everybody, good evening. I'm Wanda Green, President of the NAACP, and once again, this is a great honor to receive this resolution in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King. You're certainly correct. He was all about service, and he was all about serving others. I think one of his biggest questions was, what have you done for somebody else lately? Or I'm paraphrasing, but what have you done for others? What have you done for someone to better their lives other than yourself? And the NAACP certainly embraces this. We have a long history with NAAC and Martin Luther King and the Civil Rights Movement. And so, and it was hand in hand. I don't think the NAACP and Martin Luther King needed each other to get to where we are today. And having said that, we've come a long way, and we're certainly very proud, but we still, have many miles to go, as any trip. It just starts with the first step, and you keep on just trying to get there. And I just want everybody to remember that not only is it a day of service, it should be every day should be a day of service. I think in our everyday lives we get a little bit busy and we get a little bit selfish with ourselves, and I'm included. Okay, let me be the first to say that. But it's just nice to have a day where it kind of galvanizes everybody's attention to remember that in order for us to make it, we are all together. As he said, we came here on different ships, but we're all on the same boat now. We all breathe the same air, and whatever we do affects somebody else. And not only did he believe in the equality, he also believed in how we treated others and being fair and everybody having the same rights as somebody else. And I want to thank you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor and Mr. Chair, and to the Assembly, first of all, I want to say thank you in acceptance of this resolution on behalf of the MLK Junior Day of Service, and I'll ditto all that Mrs. Green Laws has already stated. And with the thing that Dr. King's life was one of brevity. It was brief, but it was very powerful. His movement was steeped in love and inclusion and acceptance, and cloaked in the characteristics of total equality and inclusivity, rather, let me say that right. And Dr. King lived a life of reaching out to others, as this day of service would indicate. His movement was clear. Again, as his life was brief, but his message was powerful and vibrant, and the vision and the dream was clear, and the dream yet lives. One of the things he said in that I Have a Dream speech is that we must continue to walk and move forward. And the day in which we now live, we still have to do that. We've come a long ways, but we have yet a long ways to come. We've come a long ways, but we have yet a long ways to come. When we look at the even the racial unrest that's in our nation as of today, as it relates even to the younger generation and movements on college campuses and the things that's going on globally with ISIS, we really need to do what our theme for this year's celebration suggests. And the theme for the celebration that you have listed here in your resolution on Sunday the 17th out at West Anchorage High School is reconnecting with the dream. And so we at a day and time when we really need to step into the dream and let the dream continue to live by all of our associations and input. The dream does live. Thank you again for the resolution making January 18th, 2016, the MLK Junior Day of Service. Thank you so much.
Sure, we have a few questions. Stay here. Mr. Honeman.
Yes, sir. And I should know this. You have a perfect voice for the clergy if you're not already serving, sir. Could we get your name? Because I don't remember.
Yes, my name is Pastor Leon D. May, First River to Desert Community Church, and I do serve as the president of the MLK Foundation of Alaska.
And thank you for your efforts of making sure that the dream does live on and that we recognize the day of service and for all of Anchorage and our community. Thank you.
Let me see if our two that are online have a comment. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to first thank Reverend May and Ms. Laws for being there this evening and accepting this resolution. And I'm watching you on TV, as a matter of fact, and I really, really appreciated hearing your words because I'm sure the rest of the community feels the same way I do. And I'm so proud that I'm serving the community and living Dr. King's dream. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Peterson.
I'll just agree with what Ms. Gray Jackson just said.
Okay, we'll be there Sunday, so look forward to seeing you. How are your parents doing?
Oh, they're doing great. Thank you. Thank you for asking.
We'll be there. It'll be good to see them again.
Okay.
Thank you guys for being
Praise
here.
the Lord. And I never like doing my part and leave, but I have a meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
See you later. Next item in front of us was pulled for further discussions on page 3 on our regular agenda. On page 1 of our addendum agenda, it was item 9D. Let's see. B3.
It was Bravo.
Actually, we pulled
9 Bravo 3.
9 Bravo 3. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to approve.
Second.
And, Mr. Chairman, I'd move to substitute the revised version that was laid on the table that reflects a couple of small changes we discussed at our Friday quasi-work session. And I happily entertain a second. Thank you.
Second.
Mr. Bowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was initially, during an enterprise meeting, when Mr. Abbott brought up the idea of going forward with just one item, I was initially intrigued by it. I thought, if you're going to try, you're definitely putting all your eggs in one basket, but you might actually be successful because it is only one project. However, I have made the attempt and actually had many, many discussions with a number of legislators from the Valley all the way to the Kenai regarding this particular item because it is of such importance not only to the city but to the state of Alaska, and I'm referring to the port specifically. And I have to say I was a little surprised, but it was not met from my conversations with a great deal of, it wasn't embraced well, let me put it that way. And one of the factors, and maybe Mr. Abbott, you've had these conversations, I don't know, but one of the big hindering points for many of the legislators was the fact that we are in the middle of litigation, and there potentially could be a sizable amount of money that the city recovers. So I would love to hear from the administration any thoughts you might have on those conversations.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Dembowski, We too have heard some of that comment. We've begun conversations with the legislature, and what we have suggested that the legislature could consider is an offset to any state support for any receipts that the municipality might recover through the litigation or settlements or federal legislation. So we're aware that that's a concern. It's a legitimate and a viable concern, and we haven't made any specific recommendations to the legislature, but we have suggested that if that was a concern that might otherwise forestall their support, that they should consider some sort of an offset. And we're open, there's a variety of mechanisms that might satisfy those concerns, and we're open to consider any of them.
Okay.
Mr. Belsky?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, obviously the other concern that I have, we're putting all our eggs in the one basket with the Port of Anchorage. And as you know, specifically when it comes to Subursa, our roads area, we depend for rehabilitation often on an annual grant from the state for paving and whatnot. We do tax ourselves for projects, but that has been a consistent thing that the legislature has funded. So, when I speak to members of both finance committees, and they literally say to me, it's a big mistake for the municipality of Anchorage to only put one project forward, especially with such a big price tag. I'm very concerned that our communities around, not just Subursa, but other high-need issues that may be able to get some state funding are going to go by the wayside, and we're basically going to get a big old goose egg, which, considering the budget woes, that might be an issue. So what is the strategy moving forward when it comes to some of these other critical need issues if, in fact, we don't put anything forward this year?
Mr. Chairman, Assemblyman Dembowski, the sense that we have from Juneau is that there's not going to be a significantly sized general fund capital budget this year for discretionary projects such as Subursa or any of the other municipal projects, facility, roads, parks, nonprofit projects, etc. So our planning assumption for this session is that the primary source of large-scale capital funding will be from potential consideration of a state GO bond instrument. The governor is committed to propose such a bond, and I think there's a general awareness that that is the most likely vehicle for significant capital funding. There's clearly not unanimous support for it at this stage in the process, but there's a recognition that that's probably the most likely of any large-scale capital funding support. So those are the types of projects that are typically supported in those are large-scale infrastructure developments. Ports are one of the most likely or most common types, but also there have been examples of schools and roads, bridges, et cetera, being funded in that type of a vehicle before. So when the administration was considering its requests, we looked at our infrastructure requirements, and the port was not only the most important, but it was more important by a large margin than any of the other potential requests that we could make at this time. And so that led to the administration's recommendation and the proposal that you see before you today.
Thank you. Mr. Abbott, can you just remind me how much we've received thus far from the state of Alaska for the Port of Anchorage? I just don't remember off the top of my head.
I believe it's $120 million.
Okay. With that said, I just would like to follow up, and I'll listen to members' comments before I make
some out there.
Yeah, before I make a recommendation on a potential amendment. But I would just like to point out with Subursa, Mr. Abbott, Subursa doesn't always have just discretionary projects. As you know, with some of their street maintenance projects, some of them are emergency repairs and whatnot. So that's what the grant isn't completely discretionary.
Mr. Chairman, I was referring to the legislative source of funds.
Oh, thank you.
They have a category of funding described as discretionary to legislators, and it's from that fund source that Subursa and most of the other municipal funding has come.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Honeman.
That was my point. That question was, is that has there been discussion either with the governor, and it sounds like there has been, that perhaps going to a larger bond from the state level for the port funding. I believe that was a discussion in the past, but I do know that our bond rating for the state level has been reviewed recently, and I believe one area might have been downgraded. Some concerns. I do agree with the path that we're looking at, trying to shave off, throwing out a lot of projects and hoping for something. I think this is a very critical area that we've been, since I've come on the Assembly. I mean, this project has been, it's not like we're trying to build something that isn't there, like a road or the dam or a bridge. We're trying to renovate, if you will, rejuvenate our port that's over 50 years old and is in critical need of remodeling repair. So, you know, could we scale back a bit? Sure. But to the extent that we may be successful in litigation, that would be helpful. And I believe the state, and I believe we would, on this body, make recommendation that we not take money from the state if in fact we're getting funding sources elsewhere to complete the project. So, and I agree with Mr. Abbott's assessment. The funding that even in Anchorage, in the East Anchorage, we've had and still have many roads that are flooding and damaged and need repair that we've routinely asked for support from the legislature. And I've been told by the legislature that in our districts that there's no funding like that coming this session at least, and maybe not for the following. So, you know, we do have to, I think, focus in and laser target, and I believe this is a good way of doing it.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. Mr. Starr, sir.
Yeah, I've been here for a number of budgets, and I'm a little frustrated in the traditional link to the capital improvement plans and the capital improvement budgets that don't necessarily mesh with the priorities. The requirement to submit the legislative program is truly embedded in charters, so that's a lot of the reason why the mayor brings it forward now, is he has to. But I guess if Mr. Abbott's speaking to the issue, what does that leave us then for the items that are program tracked in the capital improvement budgets and the capital improvement plan, which I don't have tonight, but I'm certain that there's items that are tracked in that normal grid spending profile that talk about the anticipation of state contributions to programs that we've already approved, including just in December when we did the capital improvement budget and plan.
Right. Through the chair, if I could, Mr. Starr, the capital improvement budget that was approved recommended a lot of state grant money for capital projects. With the approval of tonight's actions on the bonds and the approval of the legislative program, as I mentioned to the Assembly's Budget Finance Committee, the administration will be coming forward with an amendment to the budget that will remove all of the state grant requests out of the CIP except for the port and out of the CIB. So there's $265 million when we originally approved the budget. All of those will come out. We'll target all of our resources toward the Port of Anchorage. There are existing state grant funds available towards projects, but there will be no matching programs for flooding or glaciation for 2016.
You say that, but I've talked to legislators that have said that the interest, shall there be money available, is to sort of continue programs that are tracked in such a way that we've typically organized them. And a fair number of legislators, of course, have sat where this body sits and are used to that. So I guess I can take the guidance that's in the marketing plan, if you want to call it the legislative program. We go down to Juneau and we market these, but I don't see why we couldn't go down and currently suggest that our capital plans and budgets may just see. We're going to recreate if we do that. We can certainly debate when you try to bring your S version forward, but I can't say that I agree with it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Flynn, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You may recall, other members of this body may recall, I actually recommended taking a whole bunch of stuff out of our plan last year. So I think this is probably a more reasonable approach. Of course, nothing that we do really matters all that much to state appropriators. They'll make their decisions as they see fit. You know, to Ms. Domboski, if there's a member who represents your area who would like to see support from the Assembly for a particular program, say in Subversa, there's nothing that precludes us from taking up a resolution in the coming months so that they know that we're supportive of such a thing. We've done that before. I specifically asked the question of the co-chair of the Senate Finance Committee if there's anything we could do to help. Got no answer. I think this is a reasonable approach, and if there are specific issues that come up as the deliberative process continues, I'm happy to entertain them, but I applaud a slimmed-down version, and I'll just close by saying I think all of you are familiar that I'm not terribly optimistic about the results of litigation associated with the port project. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gray Jackson, comments?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Peterson, comments?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Dabowski, ma'am, we're back to you.
Thank you. While I believe probably one or all of the projects within the legislative packet are probably a hope, considering oil looks like it might be tanking, the price of it, I feel sometimes with a little bit of preventive maintenance and investment on the upfront, it's much cheaper than waiting till you have a complete disaster on the end. And considering the fact that I believe roadways and drainage are critical to infrastructure, I will make an amendment to the legislative packet to add in, when under funding, I think.
What page and what line?
Yeah, I'm looking. So it's going to be, it's going to be the top of page, bottom of page 2. Let's do it right after the port. And it's Subursa residential paving rehabilitation. In the past, we've asked for $3 million. I'm going to cut it in half and say $1.5 million. And I'll read directly from our last year's legislative packet. This project will fund pavement overlay, rehabilitation, and replacement projects throughout Chugach-Eagle River. Let's say that. Some funding may also be used for drainage work as needed for preservation of the roadway. Project priorities will be established by the Subursa Road Board, Traffic and Project Management and Engineering, with input from elected officials and the public. Projects to be funded are primarily local roads, but some trail rehab is anticipated. I'm going to cut out that, actually. We'll just say, we don't want trails. We'll just say projects to be funded are primarily for local roads and drainage.
Do you have a printed version of the clerk?
I'll give it to the clerk and drainage. And again, my intent with this is it's just for major, when we have major problems come up, I think it's much cheaper to do it sometimes and deal with it now versus the whole thing over. So if I could get a second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Now I've got some discussion on it. Mr. Flynn, sir.
Yeah, I appreciate the sentiment, and of course, as a property holder in Ardsa and South Anchorage and Girdwood, I could support any number of these things. But the point of this package is that legislators should have flexibility to make the appropriations that are appropriate, and without necessarily giving them excessive guidance. If they need our help, fine. Happy to lend it. But if we approve an amendment of this nature, we allow ourselves to drift into the parochial. Goodness knows Ms. Johnston and Mr. Evans have, 40 flippin' road service areas in their district that they could be coming forward and asking for help on. The rest of us are primarily within Ardsa. We could have all kinds of requests we could ask for. I think we need to be focused on the overall municipality, and if a legislator who has the authority to make an appropriation needs our support, then we should respond to that in kind, but not make it part of our package. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Ms. Johnston, ma'am.
Well, Mr. Flynn kind of took most of my thoughts. The road and drainage and the resurfacing has been in the past a municipal-wide program, and made sure that all the service areas had some aspect of it in the CIP and in the CIB. And while I understand Eagle River and Chugach's need for it, I also understand the Hillside, Girdwood, Ardsa, the whole municipality. So if we were going to do something like this, I would prefer to do it municipal-wide and not get provincial on it. And I think Ms. Zimbowski has a good point. In the past, when I've been in Juneau, legislators have wanted to make sure that what they wanted to put into the capital budget was in our legislative program, or at least in our CIB or SIP. We are in a different environment this year, and I'm not sure how it's going to shake out. I'm not overly optimistic, so I'm much more inclined to go with our one huge major regional need, and then if we do have interest from legislators to put road and drainage and resurfacing back into it, and if they do decide to have a capital budget, because actually Senator McKinnon has been in charge of the capital budget for the Senate, I think we can do that on a more prescribed way and do it as an overall municipal-wide program and pass it and get it down there in time.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Steele, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I think it's a sign that we're willing to do our part, that we're that we're just submitting the one request. Yes, it's a sizable request. We also went through and scrubbed, I think, the bond request that we have for some of the projects. It's just, I have a problem with doing it for one area and not doing it for the rest. And if we do it for the rest, then the whole theory of one large request goes out the window. So I don't think we ought to start picking it up, nitpicking it.
Okay. Mr. Peterson, sir, on this item. Okay. Ms. Gray Jackson, your thoughts, ma'am, on this item?
No comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Ms. Johnston?
I'm sorry for double dipping.
We don't have a big crowd.
One thought is when they bring the resolution as far as the CIP, we could take this out for all of the road service, so it would be in there in case legislators need it, but not have it in the legislative program, and I think I'd feel more comfortable doing that.
Ms. Dembowski, before we vote, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. You know, I've had that thought. I'm doing everything I can to make it easy because I know some legislators just literally read this. And, you know, just because I make an amendment to try and make sure one set of towns, Chugach Eagle River specifically, their road board, has the ability to do, major maintenance or prevent, deal with issues as they arise, doesn't mean that somebody from ARTSA can't propose the same thing. But I know where this is going to go, and I can tell I'm going to have to fight to keep it in the CIP, frankly, because of Mr. Wilbur. Yeah, sorry, Lance. Mr. Wilbur's comments earlier. But again, like I said, I think we'll be lucky if, I don't know if that's the right way. I think it'll be surprising if we get any capital improvement money for any project. But when we do it, I think things that are existing, they've seemed to fund in the past, and projects that are partially complete, emergency projects and partial complete. So I think this would be in line with what they did last year. So that's why I put it forward.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other discussion. Let's vote. Mr. Peterson first, then Ms. Gray Jackson.
Will you please make sure,
No.
Mr. Chair, we're voting on the amendment?
Sorry, we are voting on the amendment of Ms. Dembowski.
Correct.
Mr. Peterson, then Ms. Gray Jackson.
No, I'm sorry, No, Mr. Chairman, are you asking me for my vote right now, or Mr. Peterson?
On Ms. Dembowski's amendment, yes, Ms. Gray Jackson, I'm asking for your vote on that.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes.
Mr. Peterson, your vote on that.
No.
Please vote. That did not pass. So the main item in front of us is now up for a vote. This is the legislative package, AR 2016-3, as given to us by the administration.
We already have a motion to approve on the floor, sir.
We
So
do. Yeah,
let's go.
Good version. So, Ms. Dembowski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last comment on the entire packet. You know, when we were looking at the opportunity to potentially get money for the port from the state, One of the things that immediately strikes me is the fact that we're asking for a statewide general obligation bond to fund it. I have real heartache with that, considering that I saw in the last couple of weeks the state's bond rating has just been downgraded from a AAA to a AA. Not to mention, if we look at what we did with our own municipal budget, we've shifted nearly $11 million to property taxpayers, not to mention the fact that we, later this evening, will have millions of dollars that we're putting out potentially for voters to approve through bonds, which are all outside the tax cap. And then I just saw in the news today that one of the state's largest employers, BP, is laying off 13% of their Alaska employees. So I think by going back and saying that we want to go more into debt, we want to spend more, and we have less revenues coming in, as I alluded earlier, they're reporting that oil is in the low 30s today. This is a perfect storm, and there has to be a point when we stand up and we say, you know what, we can't borrow our way to prosperity. And I think it starts with leadership, and it starts with being creative and thinking outside of the box. How are we going to deal with this port? And the answer is not to take out our credit card and try to charge every Alaskan more and more without us doing our hard work. So for that reason, I will not be supporting this year's legislative program. And when we come back, as Ms. Johnston alluded, when we evaluate the CIP process, I'm sure we'll have more things that we can scrutinize. I don't have any opposition to pulling out a number of things that are in that CIP, but I can't support advocating for putting $290 million on a credit card. I just can't do it.
Is there any objection from the body on moving forward with Mr. Flynn's motion is made to us?
To substitute.
Substitute. Is there any objection? Okay. Not seeing any. Let's vote on this item. Mr. Peterson first, then Ms. Gray Jackson.
Say it again, Pete.
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Yes.
Please vote. That is approved 9-2 by the body. Next item in front of us is item 9F3 and 9F3S. Mr. Flynn, you pulled that, sir.
Yeah, but I can't make a motion.
Move to approve.
Why don't you move to approve the 9F3S?
Okay. Move to approve 9F3F on the addendum to agenda.
Moved and seconded? Yes. Okay.
I'm sorry. Move to introduce.
Okay. And Ms. Dabowski, you agree to that? Okay. We need a third.
Third is necessary.
Okay.
Third.
Thank you. Good. Mr. Flynn.
All right, Devin, Zach, this one's for you. Mr. Chairman, as I wrote to you last week, in the last month I've been approached by a former colleague interested in starting a cannabis-related business. This individual has a track record of a successful entrepreneur and has done a significant amount of research into the business. My investment to date has been solely of my time. I have reviewed and commented upon the proposed business plan, and I have arranged and participated in meetings related to this venture. Given the talent and drive of my former colleague, I expect, presuming I can convince my wife, not the easiest thing in the world to do, to be a minor equity investor and put some more time into this venture. I believe my former colleague is exactly the kind of person Alaskans should want in this nascent industry. I offer this information so my Assembly colleagues can measure whether they should participate in our deliberations on local regulation of cannabis-related matters. These are, of course, laws of general application, not specific to the business venture with which I may be involved. Even with my relatively brief exposure, I think I can bring some unique perspective that might help inform Assembly decisions, but I also want to be mindful of maintaining the public trust in these discussions. I do wish to emphasize that I had no expectation of participating in any cannabis-related business venture prior to this unsolicited approach by my former colleague. In fact, I have to use spell check every time I type cannabis because I get it wrong every time. And it's my understanding that I was sought out due to my entrepreneurial history, which you guys have had to deal with on various other conflicts, my management skills, and my ability to bring various parties to the table for thoughtful discussion. Mr. Chairman, I await your ruling and the comments of my colleagues.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Starr?
Well, I know typically we have the litmus test printed out and pre-printed by the requirements. I'm not going to do that because I think we have just a little bit of latitude required to put perspective on this. You're talking about new legislation that regulates a broader-based industry, and I guess that may delve into the fiduciary responsibility that you have, your ability to put all the other topics ahead of the others. But, if you decide, Mr. Chairman, that he does have a conflict, then we've got precedents set for areas that are commonplace to a lot of us. For mine, building codes and building application codes, speeding, in fact, fines and fees, perhaps, for those that like to bolt back to the Glen Highway on that. So, I certainly feel from Mr. Flynn's disclosure that it's helpful to put all that on the record that he may be there. But there's 11 of us up here. The influence on one member to sort of do the broad-based resolution that would preclude him, I would speak against that. Finally, if it becomes a matter when we actually get to the conditional use approval of an entry-level business that Mr. Flynn is quasi-associated with, treat it just like we do as other businesses, the restaurants thereof. It would be my suggestion that we do that. I'm certainly acknowledging that the law exists on what we measure that by. Mr. Stout put a lot of effort into all of that, but I think we need some latitude in the discussion tonight. So I would challenge your ruling should you try to exempt him from the discussion as it relates to cannabis legislation. Thank you.
Ms. Nabowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to partially, potentially agree with Mr. Starr, but first I reserve the right to disagree. We'll see what Mr. Flynn says. So, Mr. Flynn, first, are you going to tell us who your former colleague was?
Not yet.
Okay, that's okay. I was just curious. Actually, that wasn't the real question. The real question is, as you evaluate marijuana legislation, whether it's a potential tax or whether it is zoning, land use, or licensing, are you considering how this is going to affect your business? And if the answer is yes, are you putting that before the public trust, the public interest?
It's a great question, Mr. Boskin. I appreciate your asking it. I am more interested in the general success of the industry and good operators being able to operate successfully. And this sort of gets to the reason I'm willing to invest my time and potentially money with my former colleague, in that I think he will be a good operator. You have witnessed me take on bad operators in other regulated industries and endorse those who were good operators. So that's the approach I would bring to any legislation, whether it's specific to marijuana or some other regulated industry. I guess the other further point I would make is, from what I have learned, how we look at the zoning is going to play a critical role in how successful operators are in working cohesively with neighborhoods.
So, with that said, Mr. Flynn, the second part to my question is, considering the fact that you're entertaining the idea of entering into this business, and if we decide to put a 5% tax on the ballot versus a 2% tax, there could be a significant monetary difference in the industry. But as of this point, do you have a financial interest? Have you expended money, and do you have a financial interest? Have you signed contracts which that may, in fact, impair maybe a seemingly objective view?
Sure. I have not invested any money. I have not signed any contracts. Again, my only activity to date has been my time, and I haven't charged for that.
Okay, and so my last question, I just want to hear you articulate it. Mr. Flynn, when it comes to the issues coming before this body regarding marijuana licensing, land use zoning, and potential taxation, do you believe you can be fair, objective, and put the public interest before any potential interest of your own?
I do. In fact, I think I can provide some really good information to the body based on the relatively low level of interaction I've already had in the industry.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I agree with Mr. Starr on this one. I believe that if you set a precedent that anybody who has a business can't maybe in one industry can't participate. I think that should be done on a case-by-case basis, and I think it might set a precedent. In this particular instance, I don't see a clear line in that Mr. Flynn does have a conflict. In fact, he doesn't own a marijuana-related business. So I would suggest at this point he be allowed to participate.
Mr. Evans?
Yeah, just briefly, I have some concerns about it, only in the sense that I think it's a little different. Mr. Starr almost convinced me not to talk with his rationale, but when we're setting up the framework for an entire industry, I think it's a little different than when we change codes and do things like that that may affect individual businesses. I'm a little more concerned because I don't know what Mr. Flynn's, the nature of the business he's talking about. All we know it's cannabis related and he can't spell it. But since the decisions we're going to be making, actually,
Sir, we don't take comments, please.
If the decisions we're making about the land use and how we're going to set up this industry has the potential of favoring some manner of business over others, and we don't really know what Mr. Flynn's particular interest is, it's just concerning. And I have no doubt that Mr. Flynn can put the public interest above his own, because I know Mr. Flynn. But the aspect of our ethics code that talks about diminishing the public's trust in it is the part that concerns me. I'm kind of on the fence on this. I think it's a close call. I'll probably just abide by whatever the chair decides, but I think those are important considerations. Thank you.
I appreciate the comments from everybody. Mr. Vasquez, I can make a ruling on this your comment unless you want to. From my perspective, I think you can participate in this. Mr. Flynn, I've known you for a long time. I think you can be fair and impartial. Now, if you come in for conditional use, then it's a whole different question, sir. You'll be leaving the room. But you're directed, you're not going to get out of this one, sir. I think when we used to have Mr. Coffey here with us, whose knowledge of the alcohol industry was invaluable to what we did. So you're directed to participate.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
You say that now. We can do it again.
For the moment.
Any objection to this item being introduced, set for public hearing?
No objection, Mr. Chair.
No objection. Mr. Peterson, any objection?
No objection.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
No.
Okay. Ask unanimous consent. See no objection. Madam Clerk, that item will appear in front of us. Okay? Thank you. That should conclude everything we've got. So, I think we're going to take our dinner break now. Okay? We'll take our dinner break and be back shortly. Then we'll get to item 13A. Thanks for being here. Question from you, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like to change the order of the day to move the 14 numbered items ahead of 13.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any objection?
Is there a reason?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
Because we have a bunch of people here for bonds, and they're not here for 13, so let's get the 14s done so they can get home.
Very good.
Before the road gets any worse.
Just wanted to.
It is snowing or raining or something like that out there.
Thank you.
Is Mr. Peterson, Ms. Gray Jackson online?
Ms. Peterson, Ms. Gray Jackson? They are not back.
Is there any objection to change the order of the day? Not seeing any
All right.
objection, Madam Clerk. We changed the order of the day. We've got a majority. So we're going to take up first item 14A, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage a ballot proposition amending the Anchorage Municipal Code Charter to adopt a retail marijuana sales tax to establish an initial rate of levy and a not to exceed maximum rate, to authorize the Assembly to adjust the tax rate of levy by ordinance without additional voter approval, provided upward adjustments are allowed only once every 2 years, and adjustment does not increase the rate more than 2%, and the rate of levy never exceeds the maximum authorized by the voters, and to exclude the tax revenue from the tax increase limitation until a future date, at which point it shall be included in the tax increase limitation. Public hearing on this item is now open. If you wish to testify, please come forward, state your inquiry for the record, spell your last name. You'll have 3 minutes, and I need to know what part of town you live in. That's a requirement we have. So, anybody wish to testify on this, please come forward. I knew Potluck would be here. I think I saw you Saturday, didn't I?
Yes, you
like
did.
This room or something.
I do like this room. It's comfortable. I feel not as nervous talking here.
Don't be nervous. Just need your name, spell your last name, and tell us what part of town you live in.
Teresa Collins, Collins. I actually live on the hillside, but I do have a business in downtown Anchorage, as you guys are aware. I just wanted to say, from the industry standpoint, everybody I've talked to, we think this tax is very fair. Some feedback I've heard from the industry is to possibly use that tax in the neighborhoods that are supporting the industry. So that is the feedback that I've heard from the industry, and I wanted to just share that with you guys. But from everybody that I've talked to, we're happy with the tax structure.
Any questions from Assembly members? Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hi.
So, are you happy with a 5% tax, or are you happy with a 12% tax?
We're happy with the way that it's going to be structured, 5% in the beginning, because we're going to actually be able to create the industry, and then as it increases, as our value increases.
So, are you concerned at all that if it gets up to 12%, that'll create a bigger push in the black market, or do you think 12% even at that top rate, that would be fair?
I think we'll have to address that when the time comes. If it goes to 12%, really, I couldn't really state that on the market today.
Okay, that's a fair answer. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. There don't appear any other questions, ma'am. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Come on, Bruce.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Schulte, S-C-H-U-L-T-E, and I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of the Alaska Marijuana Industry Association.
Where do you live at? What part of town?
Oh, I'm sorry, South Anchorage.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Evans and Ms. Johnson's district. I provided some written copies of my notes, so I'll just try and paraphrase them for you. First of all, thanks for the time. I'd like you to consider the following thoughts on this tax. Now, let me just say, I would be the first to agree that a newly lawful marijuana industry should be self-sustaining and should not impose a financial impact on other programs or undue strain on municipal resources. However, I am concerned at how this measure was portrayed to the Finance Committee, and I'd offer the following observations. It's been suggested that this tax is necessary because the state will not have sufficient resources to monitor or inspect licensed marijuana businesses. I don't believe that to be the case. I've not heard any information to support that claim. In fact, the state is planning to charge fairly significant application and license fees specifically so that the Marijuana Control Board and enforcement staff will be fully funded. That's a measure that I support, although I will in fact be paying some of those fees myself. It's worth mentioning also that the ballot measure stipulated that half of each application fee gets forwarded to the local government along with the application, so there'll be some revenue stream there as well. My second point, it's been suggested that the issuance of licenses to regulated marijuana businesses will somehow translate to an increased workload on APD, and therefore we need to hire more officers specifically to support this industry. Now, I'm a big fan of APD, but I have to take issue with this claim. It defies simple logic. We're taking a previously unlawful, unregulated industry, moving it to a regulated, lawful model, and expecting that to somehow increase the load on APD. I respectfully suggest that that just doesn't make any sense at all. The one reference point that I would offer to you, in fact, is February 24th of last year, when this bill became law. Everyone thought that hundreds of people would take to the streets with their bongs held high and their freak flags flying. Nothing happened. That, I think, is a better reference point than conjecture about what might happen in February of this year. Okay, one other point, and I do have some recommendations. It's been suggested that we need a tax to support a proposed redundant licensing process, which would exist on top of the special use permit process. Now, I realize we're not here tonight to talk about that ordinance, but I submit that if we're going to apply a special targeted tax to one industry, apart from all others, then, at the very least, we should also be responsible stewards of the money that's generated and not squander it on unnecessary bureaucratic efforts. And I respectfully suggest that that redundant licensing process is just that. We'll talk about that at another date. One last thought on background. Please keep in mind that the people who will be paying this tax and those who are trying to run are those who are trying to run lawful businesses in a highly regulated environment. Their competition is the black market. So every obstacle that is put in their way of success indirectly helps the black market persist. And that's, I think that that's at least one goal that almost every reasonable person can agree on. So to my recommendations. We respectfully suggest that the Assembly consider the following. Limit the sales tax to no more than 3 to 5%. I'll be quick. Limit the tax specifically to cannabis and cannabis-infused products, exempting non-cannabis products that are sold at the same store. Omit the 2% biennial increase. It's not been applied in any other fashion in any other industry. I don't think it's a defensible position. It's not one we could support. Factor the tax is collected beneath the tax cap, not a part.
It's on the rest of your page, right?
Yes, it is.
We can read.
Okay. May I just finish by saying it would be awesome if you could designate where the funds are going to go so that we can know that they're being used to benefit the industry or apply directly to effects brought about by this industry. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Starr, sir.
Your point 3, Mr. Schulte talks about the redundant licensing, and is that your interpretation that the state's going to be a licensing agency as well as the municipality?
Well, the state is going to be a licensing agency, just as they are with alcohol. It's my understanding that there's going to be an ordinance forthcoming that would apply a secondary licensing process in addition to that within the municipality. I may be misguided on that, but that's been the discussion thus far.
And then a conditional use permit on top of that is your other understanding.
And I totally support, I'm sorry, through the chair, Mr. Starr. I totally support the conditional use permit process. I wholeheartedly support input from community councils and neighbor groups. I don't think that a separate licensing process brings anything additional to the table.
And you're thinking in number 3 is that we're going to take this 5% tax collected and pay the licensing obligations inside the municipality. Is that your concern? Why wouldn't we pay that through licensing fees charged at the counter or your application to do business?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, I'm actually not, it's not clear to me if that tax would pay for that secondary licensing process or if there would be additional licensing fees on top of that. That would be even more troubling.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Nabowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Schulte, for your recommendations. I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked the previous speaker. When you look at how these escalations, obviously you have in here that you don't support the escalation or the potential escalations of 2% every 2 years. When you look at the top range of 12%, in your analysis as you've looked at this, the taxes across the country, where do you think that break point is where you get to a certain level and it deters growth in the black market?
Thanks, Ms. Dombowski, through the chair. It's hard to know, because there's so many unknowns here. We don't really know how big the industry is. We don't know how many people are going to go legit. So it's hard to know, where that market's going to, where that tipping point is. But we do know that the excise tax at the state level equates to roughly 12 to 20% tax, depending on the retail price of the products being sold. My own guess is that 5 to 10% additional on top of that is probably the tipping point, because we're competing with people who aren't paying a tax, they aren't paying registration or application fees, they're not having to abide by the same building codes, they're not having to pay workman's comp. I mean, there's so many ways in which we cannot compete fairly with the black market operators that. I agree that the burden of cost should not be placed on any other part of the municipality. But I would hope that we keep these fees at a reasonable minimum for the time being until we know what we are looking at.
That's been very helpful for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Honeman, sir.
Mr. Schulte, do you know what the effective tax rate is in Colorado or Washington where they're actually selling legally currently right now?
Through the chair, Mr. Holman, I don't know what it is in each community. I do know that I believe that in Washington or Colorado, they tax at every level of the process, from cultivation to processing to retail, and it ends up being in the 30s, I think.
Right, and I understand Colorado may be up to about 44%, between 35 and 44%.
That would surprise me.
Right. So we're talking about a maximum cap of 12%, and that's adjusted annually over a period, and a 5% start. It doesn't seem to be too onerous, but that's just a comment. Thank you.
Through the chair, Mr. Roman, again, this is all speculation. I'm looking at this from the standpoint of a potential business owner, where there's already so many risks and unknowns that to have a tax that could escalate from 5% to 12% is just one more daunting factor.
Mr. Honeman. That was it. Anything else, Mr. Steele?
Yes, Mr. Schulte, you realize that those 2% increases are discretionary, that every 2 years we'll look at it. My concern is that the 5% is not going to be adequate to cover the cost associated with the conditional use permit and enforcement and whatever added costs we have in the community. And so then every 2 years, this just authorizes us every 2 years to look at it. And should we decide that it's not being covered, would raise. I'd vote to raise the tax, and then we have the 12% cap as an overall cost. So it's discretionary all the way along, and I don't think the 5% to start with is an onerous tax, given what we're going to have to be doing.
Was that a question or?
I think that was a statement.
I think that was a statement or an argument.
Okay. Well, through the chair, Mr. Steele, I do support a 5% tax. It's some of the other ancillary issues surrounding this ordinance that give me pause.
Mr. Hall, sir. Okay. Ms. Gray Jackson? Anything, ma'am?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Peterson, anything, sir? Okay, I guess nothing.
Any other comment?
Okay. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to testify on this item, please come forward. Come on, guys. There aren't that many of you here. You guys can get your pecking order and come up and testify, please. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
My name is Nick Miller. I live in Chugiak. And I guess I have more of a question than public testimony. I noticed that it appears we're amending the charter for the passage of new taxes. Instead of requiring 3/5 of the vote, we're lowering that down to 50% plus one.
No requires 3/5. 60% is already passed.
So in section 1401B, should be effective if approved by 50% plus one of the voters?
Let's see. I think we changed that. Mr. Evans, didn't we change that? If not, we'll change it because it's supposed to be.
Mr. Chairman?
Ma'am?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That it was changed, but I think that what this gentleman is looking at is something that's already in the code, in the charter, which has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. And you may want to ask Mr. Falsey to confirm what I just said. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Falsey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assemblymember Gray Jackson has it exactly right. The charter currently reads that the tax imposed by Charter Section 1405 shall be effective if approved by the majority. That is the bed tax that already exists in the charter.
I apologize.
It'll be 3/5, sir.
All right, I apologize.
It's all right.
That was my.
Comments on it other than that?
Yep, I'm good.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Anybody else wish to testify on this item, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, my name is Kim Cole, K-O-L-E.
And I'm here to represent the Coalition for Responsible Cannabis legislation today. This tax proposal is troublesome for many reasons. The initiative states such regulations shall not prohibit the operation of marijuana establishments either expressly or through regulations that would make their operation unreasonably impracticable. Over-taxing would fall into this category. After the fallout from last year when you guys tried to create an ordinance to opt out of cannabis businesses, there's been more proposed ordinances that appear to be effectively doing the same thing through back channels. The zoning and regulations and restrictions are the first, and now we're facing possibly overtaxing. Please remember that there's already a $50 an ounce tax that goes to the general fund, plus the state and city will add license and application fees, which will fund day-to-day management of the industry, making the totality of this tax plan unnecessarily burdensome. It has been stated by members of the Assembly that the running of the cannabis industry will create an increase in cost for police officers, and part of the rationale behind the increased tax. This is completely false information and has no bearing, in fact, within any of the medical or adult use states currently in operation. The Marijuana Control Board has specifically said that agents of the board are more appropriate to monitor and check for compliance instead of a highly trained police officers. We're talking about packaging, we're talking about for fire safety and things like that. This is what multiple states are currently doing, and this is less expensive in the long run. Additionally, Ballot Measure 2 explicitly states in its purpose that legalizing and regulating cannabis will actually free our current officers to focus their attention on violent and property crimes instead of persecuting cannabis users, which effectively means you are getting more police officers by doing this. A 5% tax is reasonable, and it does give the city an incentive to see this industry thrive. However, there should not be the addition of the 2% increase every 2 years with a cap of 12%. I do understand that it's no more than 2% with each increase, but I feel that given the action so far, we're pretty much guaranteed to see 2% every other year until we hit the 12%. And this is the part of the ordinance that is unreasonable and appears to be designed to suffocate the local industry, which is in direct violation with the protections established in Ballot Measure 2. This tax should also be included under the tax cap, just like other taxed products, and there would be specific items that this will go to fund as opposed to into the general fund. That would be nice if that could be specified. The ramifications of this tax could potentially create pricing that can't compete with the black market, driving many small businesses out of existence and back into the hands of the product back into the hands of the unregulated market, where the product isn't tested, medical patients will have reduced access, and our children are not carded. Again, a small tax of 5% would benefit the city, will hopefully encourage people who are on the fence to get more excited about this opportunity for the city. However, a tax plan should be crafted carefully by somebody who wants to see this industry thrive.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions.
Okay.
Appreciate your comments. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward.
Good evening, members of the Assembly. My name is Jana Weltzine, and I'm an attorney here in Anchorage, Alaska. I just wanted to clarify one point when we talked about percentages of tax rate. We brought up Seattle and Washington, and the tax rate there is 25%. When we look at Alaska, my clients in Arizona pay about $2,100 wholesale per pound. If we look at the excise tax for Alaska, we are $800 a pound for just taxation. So if we look at the $1,800 that you're wholesaling in Arizona and you bring it up by $200 or so for utility costs here in Alaska, you're wholesaling for about $2,000 a pound, which is, so the tax really, just on the state level, is already 40%. So I just wanted to point that out. So just to clarify again, $800 per pound for the state tax equals 40% tax on the wholesale level. So I agree with the 5% tax. I think that's a good idea. But I think bringing it up to 12%, you're going to see a lot more black market activity than we would like. If you have no questions, that's all.
There don't appear to be any. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify on this issue, please come forward. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Jim Arneson, and I have a business, and I'm in the business of trying to help some of these cannabis operators actually get into business.
Sir, could you spell your last name?
Yeah, Arneson, A-R-N-E-S-E-N.
What part of town do you live
in? South Anchorage.
Okay, good. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. What I'm concerned about here is, you know, you're creating barriers to entry. and already the barriers to entry are pretty insurmountable in some cases. And I've run regulated business before, and the barriers to my entry into that regulated business was very high. And it's the same thing here. To state, every year you have to renew your application. It's $10,000 first time, and it's either $5,000 to renew it every year or another $10,000. And it's the same thing with the license on the city level. If you create too many barriers to entry, I think you're going to be stepping on your own feet. And that's really all I have to say. And I don't like taxes, so that's all I have to say about the tax.
Thank you, sir. There are no comments, questions. Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Welcome, sir. Give us your name.
Hello,
Spell
sir.
your last name.
Hello, sir. My name is Richard James Henry, and I'm an Alaska native. I've been living out in the streets for 15 years in Anchorage. And what I see about this government, you know, the government of the United States of America, who are we? Who we not are? What we can be? Why can't we not be who you are? State the name, state yourself. State yourself. If you ever go out in the streets one of these days, you'll see your life for reality in life. A homeless person, sir. Excuse me, I'm putting the point of judgment, not judgment of what I don't want to judge. I want us homeless people to be proud. As you run our country, you know, we are homeless. We always ask for food. We always ask for pride for people, from people. Please, respect the homeless people. Help them out. I'm one of them, and I thank you. I wish I continued seeing you guys doing what you're continuing in the government. I appreciate that. God loves you.
Thanks for being here.
And God, Richard James Henry.
Yes, sir. We got that. Thank you.
5644421. God bless you. Richard James Henry, God bless you. Remember, God loves us all. Judge not one another, for he'll judge for you. Okay, my friends?
Thank you, sir. Take care.
Thank you. God bless you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
My name is Hugh Wade, and I live in Airport Heights. And I have a business called Spire Commercial, and I'm in commercial real estate, and I'm actively involved in this issue. And I think the main thing that I see is, as a state, our economy's in precarious position, but in the real estate market, this is really exciting thing. And what you have here is entrepreneurship, startup business. It represents jobs. It represents people that have jobs that are going to rent places, and landlords that are going to collect rents and property taxes. And it's an area of growth. And sometimes in an area of growth, it is so important for these business owners when they start is working capital. It's working capital. They got to hang on to it. And so sometimes seed money or beneficial treatment to create an industry involves abstinence, and that means abstinence from taxing. So you could really help this area of growth by basically not taxing them at all to start up. It's hard. It's a very hard thing. The other thing is, I think it's kind of cheap. It's kind of cheap because you essentially have no industry right now that's trying to start, and so you don't really have there's no one here to oppose it. I mean, they have to get started, and and then you're like, well, we're gonna do 5%, and guess what? 12% over 5% represents 140% increase, and you guys are just almost out of the gate saying, well, it's going to go 5, and it's going to go 2, and it's going to go 2, and it's going to go 2. It's just take it easy. Don't tax them at all right now. Let the business get started and create jobs. And then when you actually have an industry, then start talking about taxes. That's what I would suggest. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing saying no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body? Mr. Hall.
Move approval.
Second.
Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a number of comments that I wish to make. As you know, I've chaired this committee, and I've done everything within my power to try to assure everybody that's trying to get into this industry that we're not going to ask anything of them that we don't ask of anybody else starting a business in this community. And there's municipal codes in place. If you're going to open a liquor store, then you're going to go to the state and apply for a license. You're going to go through all the process within the municipality, conditional use, permitting, inspections. We have enforcement that we have to do, and going in and checking, make sure compliances are met. And we were charged inside of the initiative that if it passed, elected officials' responsibility was to make it safe, responsible, and accountable. And in order to do that, there is an expense connected to it. I know that during the entire time that the initiative was before the voting public, one of the things that was advocated on more than one occasion, as well as when we looked at opting out of the program, is basically the approach, you've got to be out of your mind. You've got a chance here to bring a new industry into this state that's going to pay taxes to help pay for government. And now we're basically getting the approach that, well, that's not really what we were talking about. We were talking about we need to make this so we can get rid of the black market and legalize a market that was there. We had a lot of discussion in regards to this tax rate. You know, we've got one community in the state that's coming at 15%, which seems to be outrageous. We debated where we were going to be at, and come to find out that what we're up against here is we've got a new industry that we do not know what the expense connected to that is going to be, but anybody that thinks you can bring a new industry into a community and it have no cost effect, that is just totally illogical to me. There is going to be a cost connected to it. I will grant you in regards to enforcement, we've got the State Alcohol Beverage Control Board that does partial enforcement of liquor laws, but we still get a lot of calls from our police department that they have to go and respond to circumstances that occur because of that product being in the community. And I have no doubt that with the legalization and when this industry starts up, there's going to be some costs that we don't know how to anticipate. So we took that approach about, okay, let's start in here at a low rate at 5%, and let's monitor it and see if it's necessary, because the thing that my thought has always been on this is, yes, we need to cover the expense of this industry, just whatever cost it is, but it is also the intention to generate revenue that will go to pay for the rest of general government, as we would with a sales tax, or we do with a liquor tax, or any other tax that we put into place in this community. So I think we've come up here with what I would consider to be a very reasonable approach at starting at 5. We can't do anything with it, or I take that back, I won't be involved, but you as the body can't do anything with it inside of 2 years. And if you do, then again, there's going to be the chance for this public input at that point in time. But what we wanted to do was avoid having to put this on the ballot again and again to increase a sales tax on this product. So it seemed to kind of be the best compromise and the best of all worlds, that we would start with what appeared to be a reasonable approach and attacks, and I got excited when our first individual testified and said, people I'm talking to thinks this is good, we can live with it. And we've gone from there to where maybe it should be only 3 to 5, and then one individual that don't tax it at all till it gets up and gets on its feet. So I would have a real issue with the regular taxpayer picking up the cost of implementing this industry. So I would encourage the body to support this and put it on the ballot and let the public make a decision on this, because the only decision we're making is for it to be on the ballot in April to make a determination by the community as a whole whether there will be a sales tax on this product or not. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Ms. Gray Jackson, ma'am, you're next. Then Mr. Starr.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to take a moment and thank Mr. Hall for his outstanding leadership through this entire marijuana issue as chairman of the marijuana committee. And I also want to thank Mr. Halsey for drafting an excellent ordinance for us to put forward to the people within our community, and our attorney, Julia, for her assistance. And last but not least, I want to thank the Budget and Finance Committee for the great deliberation that we had at our last meeting on the sales tax issue, and I'm glad that we were able to make a recommendation to the rest of the body, at least 1, 2, 3, 4 of us. And with that said, I would encourage the body to move forward and approve this ordinance so it can go before the voters at the April 5th election. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. By the way, we started this debate at 7:06. By our rules, we have an hour for debate, so I'll keep everybody posted. Mr. Starr, sir, you're next. Then Mr. Flynn.
We might have to challenge you on that one too, Mr. Chairman, because I think you're pulling up something that isn't in code.
I've used it for you, Mr. Starr.
I would appreciate that. I'm going to put an amendment out there to have the conversation, so I would like to amend on line 34 of page 1 that we delete the language. The proposition also establishes that revenues from the tax are outside the tax increase limitation for the next 6 years only.
Second.
And there's various places inside the ordinance that it references. On page 3, its taxes will be collected after 2022, but I think if this line should pass. So with the second in mind, I guess I'm really perplexed. I've not heard a really good argument on why we would want to keep it outside the total taxes collected. It's now going to be an element of our community that needs to be mandated and run, and no different than some of our other agencies and regulatory environments. I believe that the initial 5% that will be taxed can accommodate sort of the growth mechanisms that Mr. Hall perhaps fears. And then, you know, we seem to have the idea that total taxes collected should be exempt from this sort of category because it's a specialty item. I don't want to treat it special. I want to treat it as part of the community. Do I embrace it or do I favor it? I'm not going down that path, but I have not heard a good argument why we would not use the mechanisms of the taxing control, as well as relieving some of the burdens on some of the property taxpayers that would perhaps be perceived that with any perception of social ills, can't use the word inebriate problem because that wouldn't be a chronic user of marijuana is not an inebriate. But in those inferences, it's why wouldn't we put it inside and do total taxes collected? You know, I'm happy that somebody's considering in 2022, but both speakers prior to me have referenced it as a sales tax, something that funds general government, something that funds other parts of the thing, a revenue collection item that will help fund general government. If we're going to say all of those things, then we ought to just put it in there with the total taxes collected.
Okay. Mr. Flynn, you're next. On Mr. Starr's amendment, sir, I'll come back and pick you up later on the main issue.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We can probably cover both pretty quickly. First off, I just want to get your clarification that my conflict that I stated on 9 Foxtrot 3.
It applies to this, too.
Okay, thank you. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to move to make a substitute motion for Mr. Starr's, which is to postpone consideration of this item to November 15 of this year. I'll speak to that if, as I have a second from Mr. Dombrowski.
Second.
Okay, Flynn.
Consideration of the item. And Mr. Starr, I mean no offense to your thoughts on this matter. I put myself in the queue for this discussion, and I'll speak to why I think that's relevant. You guys made the mistake of asking me into this conversation, so now you get the benefit of my lack of wisdom. Yeah. So there's a lot of challenges associated with standing up this industry that I've already encountered in my very brief time working around it. And we are seeing different communities taking different approaches, some of which have essentially barred it, others of which have considered various tax plans, and others which have, I wouldn't say embraced it, but remain open to this business operating within their borders. And I think that's where you're going to see the operation. I can tell you personally, the business that I'm working with would like to operate in Anchorage, but may very well choose to operate elsewhere for the majority of it because of tax and regulatory frameworks. And so I think it would be worthwhile for this body to give the industry some time to get into place and consider later what the appropriate level of taxation is. I'm not going to object to it. I think it's appropriate at some point, at some level, but I do think we probably need to get a better feel for what actually is going to happen before we make that decision. So that's the reason for my motion. I didn't want to postpone this indefinitely. I thought about that because I do think it needs to be in front of us, and we do need to keep considering it. But I do think we need a little more time on it before we make the right decision as to the appropriate level of taxation.
Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am.
Thank you.
On this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I may have procedurally, I might have messed up a little bit, but I actually agree with Mr. Starr's amendment 100%. I think it should be under the tax cap. And I partially agree with Mr. Flynn's. I just didn't like the fact that it was substitute motion, so I probably will vote it down, but because I want to talk about Mr. Starr's too. But I think your rationale is a good one, and if your substitute motion fails, I would, and it's close, I would vote to push it off until November, because I think you have a good point. But to your point and to Mr. Starr's point, I mean, I think one of the biggest problems I have with this is the fact that it's outside of the tax cap. I think this will be ongoing for general operations for government, a government part of what the government has to deal with to operate, and thus I think it should be under the tax cap. In committee, Mr. Starr, the reason it's out 6 years, it was kind of like that hybrid, because I was complaining about it being outside the tax cap. So Mr. Hall, thought about it, and he said, well, let's just, for the startup, have it outside of the tax cap for the first few years, and then we'll pull it back in. Well, like government, how often do you think that will happen? I don't have any confidence it'll happen. So I 100% support Mr. Starr's assertion that it should be under the tax cap. And so for that reason, I'll vote no this time on Mr. Flynn's amendment to put this off till November, even though fundamentally I think it's probably a fair amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hall on Mr. Flynn's amendment. Actually, to move this to November 15th.
Okay. Well, in regards to Mr. Flynn's amendment, we are, as a local community, we are being ostracized here for the fact that we're going to tax because the state's hitting these industries at a fairly high rate to start with. But I want to remind the body the taxes that the state are going to start with were in the initiative that the supporters wrote to get passed by the people to legalize this industry. The dollars that they are being charged were within that initiative. The legislature, to my knowledge at this point, really hasn't done anything in regards to tax because it was laid out in the statutes within the initiative. But I I don't like to think about playing catch up because what I see that's going to happen is on February the 24th, I have no idea, but I suspect a fairly large number of individuals are going to go and file applications for licenses. When they do, we receive an immediate notice within the municipality that these applications for licenses have been applied for, and we've got 60 days to respond to those by handling everything that's going to go to the community councils, back to the from the community councils back to the clerk's office. Because if we don't, and there are no protests, then every license that's applied for in the state gets an automatic approval. So we've got a lot of work that we're going to have to do, and if we think that we can do it with the staffs that we've got now, not only what's going to happen inside of the clerk's office, but when we start going with land use, and we have who knows how many people going in all of a sudden and all applying at the same time, this isn't going to be like the liquor industry where we do renewals and maybe get a few new ones a year. This is an entire industry that's going to be coming in here, and there is going to be an expense connected to it. And the reason that, I'd gone with it above the property tax, although I'm drifting over to Mr. Starr's amendment, so I will save rebuttal to his at that point. But on Mr. Flynn's, I just can't imagine why the municipality of Anchorage would be held back from doing taxation on this new industry because of the rate that the state's going to be charging, which was set up inside of the initiative that was passed and the statutes that was there, what the rate of taxation would be on this industry.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Mr. Honeman, on Mr. Flynn's move to the 15th of November.
Yeah, Mr. Hall adequately explained most of the positions. I'm troubled by the fact that we're going to be absorbing, even at a minimum amount, there would be costs that are not budgeted and that are not, if you will, resourced with any funding account, as we have, say, perhaps some savings that we might, cut from some existing department to meet and perhaps adjust to the departments that might be needed to both enforce and inspect and perhaps, as Mr. Hall pointed out, go through the enormous task of, if come February 25th there's one or two people applying, I'll fall over shocked. But I'm suspecting that, as Mr. Hall does, they'll perhaps in the hundreds. We won't know, of course, until we get there. And that's the issue that I see, that there's a lot of things. But to this particular motion, I can't support postponing. If this is to go to the voters, this should be in effect immediate upon passage. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Starr, sir, and Mr. Flynn's.
Yeah, actually, I agree with it. One of the primary statements that he mentioned was, let's sort of see the ramifications that we're collecting money for, and what are we going to spend it on. I don't think we're adequately going to know that. There's a premise now that, somehow or another that's going to be sort of ill will, or we're going to have bad behaviors in society, all those stories that could potentially occur. But the things that you described about a rush at our planning and permitting department, we approve these fee tables. Conditional use permit's not cheap. Even if we did a licensing fee of $1,000 across the clerk's counter, that's a significant amount of new revenue for that. If we do our job and we put in non-bureaucratic, very understood levels of compliance requirements, it ought to be fairly routine. Planning and zoning, a volunteer body may be overwhelmed for a while. We may see new challenges because folks are uncertain as to what's it going to look like inside our community or down the street from their house. I don't disagree that will occur, but it's a user-payer design system now. They're going to write a check at that counter. If there's hundreds, I consider that to be a boon. Great, bring it on. The real estate guy that's in here, he's going, this is great. All that square footage of those lease signs, fine, let some of them be consumed by that. So, I don't want to tax just to have the money. We don't know what we're going to spend it on. Put it in the general fund, then again, it links back to my other amendment is then if we're just going to have more government, then let's just abide by the charter rules that we have. I don't want to drift into that but I don't think it's impractical to let's sort of take a wait-and-see attitude. I think we can adequately support those folks that are applying for those permits with the regulatory environment that we're going to vote on at the next meeting, as well as the fees that we're going to collect that are common to all industries that grow. So I think it's a good idea.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Steele, sir, on the issue in front of us, Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, and Mr. Starr's point was valid in terms of we are going to get a certain amount of fund in terms of an application fee for a conditional use. But we are going to have expenses, and I want to make sure that they're covered by the industry, by the applicants in industry, and I don't want to have a huge fee, application fee that we think is going to cover, but we are going to have expenses for building inspection, for fire inspection, for health department inspection, et cetera. There are going to be costs. So I want to make sure that we cover costs, and the ordinary citizens of Anchorage don't have to pick up the tab for it. Is the state going to remit some of their large fees for the initial license to us to do the processing and all the things that we have to do? If they're not, then we need to cover it.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Johnston, ma'am.
I think as a business person and an entrepreneur, you are usually best served if the rules of engagement are spelled out to begin with. And I think in this case, I think when the initiative passed, there was questions or there was discussion as far as this would be a way of increasing public funds through taxation. So if you're going to have some kind of taxation, I think you should have it at the front end. And so each business, as they're putting together their business plan, they know that that's part of their business plan, as opposed to starting it out and then within a year coming up with a taxation plan, which could be a little bit, that's like raising taxes in the end game, and I'm not quite sure if I'm comfortable with that.
Thank you. Ms. Gray Jackson?
No comment, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Peterson, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And not to confuse the issue, but I was actually looking at this and thinking that that the initial 2%, I don't have a problem with that, but the escalator clause going up over a period of years, up to as high as 12%, I just, at this point in time, I don't know whether we just don't know whether we're going to need that much revenue, from to cover our costs on this. And every time we raise the taxes, the overall cost of marijuana goes up, and that makes it less competitive with the underground market. And so I think we need to keep that in mind. But I'm not going to make an amendment like that right now. I will agree, and I do support Mr. Flynn's amendment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to wrap up real quick, appreciate the conversation. I think it's been valuable for all of us. And not to over-personalize this conversation, but since I happen to note Mr. Butler's in the audience tonight, I can't help but mention the hurricane turn. The hurricane turn. I know none of you know what it is. This is the small little service that runs from Talkeetna up to Hurricane Gulch and back, and accesses about 60 miles of rail that is otherwise inaccessible unless you trespass, which a lot of people do, to various cabins and homesteads and so on and so forth in the northern Mat-Su Valley. And it's an open secret for those of us who've worked in railroading over the years that there are people who have grow operations up there. And this is the means by which they bring their product to market. Those people have relationships with buyers throughout the state of Alaska. So ask yourself this question as we see this nascent industry try to get started. Are they going to maintain those relationships if we set the cost too high, not knowing what the actual costs are? And by the way, Mr. Wade's spoke to it quite eloquently. The cost of I-1 and I-2 properties is going through the roof right now because of interest in setting up cultivation facilities in Alaska. So, I don't disagree with taxation. I think it's reasonable. I just think you need to understand the overall economics before you make the decision. And making the decision today without having the economics in front of you is premature. Hence my motion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Hall, before we vote on Mr. Flynn's
Yes,
motion,
I
sir?
just want to make sure we clarify one thing. The 2% is not an automatic escalator clause. It just makes a provision that the body can, by ordinance, increase it every 2 years by 2%. But it takes an action of the body. It's not automatic. And the 6 years is a sunset. It doesn't come back for review. In 6 years, it ends. And if somebody wants to adjust that number, I don't have a problem with that. I'll discuss that at a separate point. Thank you.
Okay, we're now going to
Mr.
vote
Chairman?
on Mr. Flynn's. Ms. Gray Jackson, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just would like to make one comment, if I may. I think that all of us need to take into consideration in terms of what it's going to cost to deal with this situation, that we have received information from our treasurer, lots of information, and really good estimates. And if you remember, he's a pretty darn good estimator when it comes to revenue. So I just want everybody to keep that in mind. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. We're now going to vote on Mr. Flynn's motion to delay this thing until the 15th of November. We'll start first with Ms. Gray Jackson and Mr. Peterson.
No.
Yes.
Vote. That motion is defeated. We now go back to Mr. Starr's motion to delete on line 34. The proposition also establishes that tax revenue from the tax are outside the tax increase limitation for the next 6 years only. Mr. Starr?
Well, just to bring it back into focus, thank you, Mr. Flynn, for your energy to kind of clarify. We don't know what we're collecting money for, but now we're basically saying we're going to exclude it from the tax cap. I have another reason to not go this strategy, and that would be if you flashed forward to when we actually do add it to the tax cap. I think we're going to have a financial problem on our hands because it's potential if we get to the 6 or 10 or 12% of taxes collected that in the year 2022, who's ever sitting here is going to say, well, guess what? Maybe we've got another $40 million collected by then. Now that comes in under the tax cap. I think if you see how that works now, that's problematic because, and you've just said your total taxes collected are this finite amount of money, even though your expenses may be all the way up here. So my challenge is what does that look like in 2022, 6 years from now, by just saying let's stuff another $22 to $40 million under the tax cap, and that to me is different than what we would do now. Is just sort of as we increase government, all the things that Mr. Steele says we're going to have more enforcement and more inspectors and all that is a cost of growing government. We use various funding sources for that. We've just done it all along, whether it be the motel tax, the cigarette tax, the aircraft tax, all those taxes that go into that total taxes collected, including property taxes, come into how we service our citizens and including this industry. So I guess I'm strong about that. It's tinkering. We've done a little bit of that recently, and it's starting to erode the public's confidence in our ability to behave ourselves up here. And that's the other thing that we need to give the industry is that we will justify a 2% increase or we won't if that happens. 5%, we've heard it can be fairly regulated. 2%, as I sit up here every year, will be, you better tell me why you need more money. And you can show it to me and we read our budget books and you'll either increase it through this mechanism or not. But if it's merely to collect money for the basis of collecting money to add it in the general fund, then I'm adamant that it become part of what we do now, the taxing cap and the total taxes collected. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Hall? Mr. Starr's?
Yes,
amendment?
thank you. The reason that the committee originally come up with the idea about this being about the cap And the 6 years came out of the Finance Committee, and I was in that meeting. I wasn't a part of voting because I'm not a part of it. They came up with the 6 years. I don't have a problem if a sunset date on that is shorter, but we do, every year, we have taxes that are collected or added that are outside of the cap because we add all new properties above the cap the first year. So we get an idea of about what that is, and it goes under the cap. I absolutely believe that at that point in time, we should look at this. We've got an idea of what the cost is going to be, and it goes at that point, you move it under the cap. If we start out with doing that originally without it ever being above the cap, then basically what we do with all taxes taken off of the marijuana is to go directly to property tax relief. And I honestly don't have a problem with that, except with the fact that I know there's going to be new expenses that need to be covered. So, being prudent, you're going to get an idea over 1 or 2 years with this being above the cap. In this ordinance, it's 6. But I'm assuming somebody's going to make a motion to amend that if this motion fails or if this motion passes. But we've got to get an idea about what the cost is going to be. It needs to be above the cap to begin, and as soon as you've got that 1, 2 years, it would definitely, as far as I'm concerned, go under. But even at the 6 years that is written here, that is the sunset, and at that time, it would move below the cap anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Honeman?
Well, I understand where Mr. Starr's coming from. And, Mr. Henry, you're not allowed to speak. Here's one of the concerns that Mr. Hall has actually addressed it very well. Mr. Evans had a committee here that I think they're still putting together, and it's not a committee that's going to end its...
I want to spice out the streets.
But in essence,
I want to spice out
identifying
the
problems with chronic inebriety, homelessness, mental health,
I want to spice out the
alcoholism, and
streets.
perhaps even drug use in our
I want to spice out the streets.
We're not able, at this point, we've been stymied by the fact that we're collecting, the state's collecting alcohol tax, and in theory, it comes back to us in different programs and different versions and forms. And I can't even sit here today and begin to tell you and chase the dollars around. It's something it's kind of like a tiger that you can't grab the tail, and if you do, hang on for the ride. So in this particular case, I'm actually more inclined to say we need fresh dollars, new dollars, to work towards programs, not necessarily just, and I think Mr. Schulte came in and actually talked about using the money for things that might be of help to the community. And this, in fact, could be that very funding source. I have a real passion, and Mr. Hall and I spoke before several different groups, and he more so than I, and people are continually complaining about the lack of resources, housing, counseling services, and programs, and we don't have the capacity under our own taxation currently to do that. And it's not necessarily government-funded programs, but it is how do we find the dollars to help those programs that can best direct and deal with most of these issues. So notwithstanding the fact that we're going to have some expenses that we won't know how much revenue will be generated through sales, hence we won't know how much money we'll be able to collect in taxes. And I do believe that does more harm in the initial onset to our tax cap and our taxing authority than would be if we were to set a date specific in there. And I'm like Mr. Hall, maybe 3 years, maybe 4 years, I don't know. I'm not tied to any particular amount of time. But I really believe that the committee did its homework, our administration through the Finance Committee, and as well as the studies that we did get show that this is something that's really needed, is that we need to have that revenue to fund some of these programs that we just can't get to otherwise. So I have no problems, and I don't know if we can dedicate a new tax. I mean, I know the legislature has a problem with dedicating, but I certainly would. The legislative intent would be, if there's excess funding outside of costs, new costs for the programming, that it go to programs and fund programs that have been identified by the committee that Mr. Evans chaired. So I'm not supportive of moving it at this time. I suppose I could be convinced to reduce the amount of time, but I'm not wholesale into it.
Thank you. Ms. Dombrowski on Mr. Starr's amendment.
Thank you. I wasn't going to speak, but now I have to. As I said earlier, I support Mr. Starr's amendment to keep this money under the tax cap. And a couple of the arguments or discussion points that I heard relating to the tax being able to track costs. I think Mr. Moore, when he was in our committee meeting, the discussion came up, and it was pretty clear that through departments, through IGCs and whatnot, they could track how much this industry is actually going to cost each department. So to say we have to keep the money outside of the tax cap so we know how much it costs, that isn't in line with the testimony we had at the Finance Committee. But beyond that, when I hear Mr. Honeman speak about the fact that, some of the money could be used for new programs and other things, I mean, what I'm hearing is essentially we need more money. I don't like the tax cap, so this is a way around it. And maybe that's not what you meant, Mr. Honeman, but that's how I'm hearing it. And so I think, okay, maybe I misinterpreted. So my comment is, if you don't like the tax cap, let's go in and do a charter amendment and change the tax cap. That's what I think. I think it would be a better way around it, if in fact that's what the voters would have an appetite for. But to try to add exemptions like we did the Denina Center, I think it's counter to what the tax cap intent was. I think it's counter to what the intent of the Denina Center exemption was. So I think doing it this way is just, I don't think it's good policy. So I support Mr. Starr's amendment.
Okay. No other comments from assembly members. We're now going to vote on Mr. Starr's amendment.
Mr. Chair, Mr.
Ma'am?
Chairman, I was in the queue, I thought.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you on there. Don't worry about it, Elvie. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to say I really appreciate Mr. Starr bringing forward this proposed amendment. Mr. Boss felt the same way during our Budget and Finance Committee meeting. But Mr. Starr's comments in terms of this adding money to the general fund, I just don't agree with them at all. What it's basically doing is allowing the cost of the sale of marijuana within our community to be covered. It's not going to increase property taxes. The only folks who are going to be paying taxes are those who are going to be selling marijuana. It just makes more sense to me to have it outside of the tax cap. You can look at it in the same way as you look at program fees. They're outside of the tax cap. Only people who, for example, want to go swimming, then they pay a fee to go swimming. It's a unique tax, and I did compromise with the changing it, putting it under the tax cap in 2022, but I still don't agree with that at all. I think it should stay outside of the tax cap. And the bottom line is if we put it under the tax cap, where are we going to get the money to cover the cost? The state certainly isn't going to give us any. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Peterson, any comments, sir?
Oh, not at this time. Thank you.
Okay. We're now going to vote on Mr. Starr's amendment. Mr. Starr's amendment would drop on lines 33. It will drop. The proposition also establishes tax revenue from the taxes are outside the tax increase limitation for the next 6 years only. Ms. Gray Jackson, you're first. Mr. Peterson, you're second.
No.
No.
That is not approved by the Assembly of the votes. 7 nays, 4 yeas on that. We're now back to the original document in front of us.
Mr. Chair?
Ms. Dombrowski.
I'd like to amend on page 1, line 35, going off of Mr. Hall's comments. He said it'd take us 1 to 2 years, so I'll say the next 2 years only. If I could speak to it.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. So just going off to what Mr. Hall was saying, he said it would take us 1 to 2 years to figure out how much this is really going to cost. So just playing off of his comments, that's my suggestion for 2 years.
Thank you, ma'am. Other comments from Assembly members on this amendment? This will basically change from 6 years to 2 years. Mr. Falsey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one factual point. If the marijuana establishments are only coming online in 2016. The marijuana retail sales probably will not occur this year, just as the Assembly is considering what window it wants to look at. A 2-year window may effectively be 1 year of revenue. That may be acceptable. I just wanted to let the Assembly know that.
Ms. Nabowski, on what Mr. Falsey told us, would you accept 3 years?
Yes, I'll accept 3 years.
Second.
Not so friendly?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll do it
Second.
3 years then. Mr. Starr, sir.
Well, I think it's an appropriate one. Again, with what Mr. Falsey just said, it seems to be that the motivation is to sort of see what this industry is going to cost to fund and run. And so the idea easily within a year and a half or two, hopefully that groundswell will have subsided. We've dealt with the initial push, and then it's more regulatory. So I'd be fine with the 3 years, actually even the 2, because I think you're going to see a lot of it happen quick. But again, we're going to have the same debate when it comes to fees and counter service requirements and the conditional use permit application. So, you know, it's okay. The greater concept to me, as spoke earlier, is that's just let's keep a handle on how we fund government, and as we grow it, do we have a mechanism to pay for it? Whether we like the cap, whether it works or not, it is a mechanism that the public allows, and it's in our charter. I hate to sort of go around it, even though Ms. Gray Jackson gave us several points where we consciously do. This, to me, seems to be the motivation is to fund general government, as the initial was, and then the secondary one is to fund the programs that are needed to support that. Any money left over after that, certainly I'd look at things that Mr. Honeman had suggested as well. So I support the 3. I think it's a good compromise. It lends some credence back to the public that we're aware of total taxes collected.
Any other comments from Assembly members before we vote?
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Gray Jackson.
If I may, just one quick comment. If there is any money left over, we should absolutely provide property tax relief. I just wanted to make that clear that I agree with that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We're now going to vote on this amendment. If this is approved, it'll change on lines 35. It'll no longer read 6 years, it'll read 3 years. Let's vote on it. Is that, Mr. Falls, you have anything else?
Through the Chair, could I ask if this amendment is intended to change those lines and conforming changes throughout the rest of them?
Thank you. We'll vote on this. Mr. Peterson, you're first. Ms. Gray Jackson, you're next.
No.
Please vote.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't vote.
I know. I'm waiting.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's approved 10-1. So we amend the document in front of us, and now we'll be outside for 2 years.
3.
And brought in.
3 years.
3 years and then brought back in. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Ms. Dembowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was going to make a separate amendment for changing it throughout the document, but since Mr. Falsey said that, are we good, Madam Clerk?
We're good with that. We usually give them the ability to do that.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. I have a second amendment, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, on page 1, lines 20, beginning at lines 27, and I'd like to delete "and permits the tax to be subsequently adjusted by the Assembly by ordinance." The Assembly adjustments are limited because the proposition bars the Assembly from increasing the tax rate. And it goes all the way down to line 33, ends at 12%. So I want to basically eliminate the potential for the Assembly to adjust this tax without going to the voters. That's my motion.
Okay, you're starting where in line 20?
So I'm going line 27, starting at and it ends on line 33 with the 12% in parens.
Is there a second? Dice for lack of second, ma'am. Okay. We have this issue in front of us. Any other discussion, Ms. Dembowski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So fundamentally, even though I amended this to 3 years, fundamentally I have a serious issue with the Assembly basically grabbing authority that it's never had before and the opportunity to increase a tax without asking the voters each time. I think that's a precedent, and I think it's a dangerous one. So for that reason, I can't support that. But beyond that, I think Mr. Starr makes a very eloquent argument as to why this fundamentally should not be outside the tax cap. As I said earlier, if if you don't think the tax cap should be there, or if the tax cap should be amended, I think then you need to put that before the voters and let them vote on it. And I think by giving them a sales or a marijuana tax that I would anticipate most voters, especially in my district, if you were to put a 5% or 8% marijuana tax in front of them under the tax cap, I think they would approve it. But the fact that we give them, in my view, a flawed document and say, here, go ahead and pass this tax. Oh, by the way, don't pay attention to these little caveats we put in there. I think we're going to pass it, and I think it's going to have dangerous precedents within it. And because of that, I will absolutely vote to protect the tax cap every single opportunity. And I look at this particular proposal as an assault on the tax cap. Therefore, I don't think it's worth what we will get in return. So I will not be supporting this.
Thank you. Mr. Hall? Sir, your position on this?
Yes.
Before we vote?
Yes. In regards to not asking the voter, I think we're very definitely asking the voter. It's clearly stated here that if they approve this, they are given the authority to the body through action of the body to do the increase. And I want to reiterate again, it is not an automatic increase. It takes an action of the body with a new ordinance that everybody in the community will have an opportunity to come forth and testify on to be able to increase it to 2%. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Starr, sir, your comment?
Well, I was fine until we were accused of flawed documents, and I don't ever like to move legislation that I don't feel is appropriate. And I think Mr. Hall spoke well, is that this deliberation occurs, and we've had a pretty progressive one over the last several years as it relates to budget and finances. We've woken up here in terms of our role and responsibilities, and we've done that through accurate information and digging deeper into the budget than I've ever seen. I'm proud of that fact. So I believe that also you're going to see an industry lobby that hasn't occurred before, because it's going to be successful, and it'll likely increase some revenues. And you don't want to I always hate to use those things, to kill the golden goose or something along those lines. So
Kill the green goose.
the idea that we would want to do something detrimental to the industry may come about. I would also say that inside those fees and fine schedules, which we seem to do under what they call omnibus bills, we sort of do things outside of the voter intent, in my opinion, several times, including permit fees, escalation in costs and that. So I would also be equally cognizant of our interest to sort of jack those fees up every now and then, just because we feel like they're a revenue stream. I think the public's on to us for that. The debate that we had on the police and the ticketing and all the fees and fines that we raised there, they get smart when we start that. So inherently, I believe that there's systems of control in it. Mr. Hall put in there that the debate would be ours to have up here, but I don't think any of us take it lightly. And then it provides the industry certainty that it could happen as well, and maybe they'll step up with other ways to perhaps fund specialty programs or things outside of that. So I think we're also pressed under the gun. I didn't say this earlier, but we're required to pass this if it wants to be on the ballot this April. So that's sort of why we're sort of hurrying legislation, if we are at all. I don't know that I would do anything more to the document, but it might speak to Mr. Flynn's motivations to bypass this election and think things clearly later. In that regard, you know, I did support that movement. That didn't pass. So I'll support this one, and we'll see what the voters say.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Gray Jackson, on the issue in front of us, this is 2015-143 as amended.
No comment, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Peterson, on the document in front of us.
No comment at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
One last comment, Ms. Dabowski, before we vote.
I have a question for legal.
Mr. Halsey?
I don't know, Ms. Tucker may also have a comment as well. Mr. Halsey, Ms. Tucker and I have previously had a conversation about this. So the municipality of Anchorage is putting forward a taxing proposition to the voters to tax marijuana, which is still federally illegal. What liability do we have in accepting the tax revenue, or as legislators, as far as putting this on the ballot when we know we're taxing a federally illegal substance?
Through the chair, I don't think the Assembly should have much concerns on that front. numerous states have income taxes which collect both legal and illegal sources of income. The federal government, through the Cole Memorandum, has issued strong indication of how it's going to exercise its enforcement discretion in the marijuana regime. I think everything the Assembly is doing is well within the bounds of what the Cole Memo has indicated is safe territory for the Assembly to be acting in, so I don't have particular concerns about
Let's see how late I'm up.
So then, Mr. Falsey, as far as the actual collection, you would see no reason then to put the tax revenues collected in trust until some sort of statute of limitation goes through?
No, I would not.
Okay. Ms. Tucker, do you have any comments?
I think I agree with, or I don't think, I do agree with Municipal Attorney Bill Falsey on the issue of taxing. And I think that that's correct. I think that historically, both legal and illegal income, in the worst case scenario of illegal income, organized crime, that part of the prosecution and effective discipline of even organized crime is on paying taxes on revenue. So in terms of the taxation, I agree.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, may I speak to that specific?
Mr. Flynn, yes, sir.
Yeah. Ms. Domboski's line of questioning reminded me of a little story I'd like to share with her and the rest of you. My father-in-law was the director of Midwest Sales for the Gallo Corporation for many, many years before he retired. And so part of his territory was Kansas. And it turns out that Kansas had a stamp that if you trafficked in marijuana, you had to purchase. Now, of course, no one ever bought it because it was illegal both at the federal and state level, but it was an added tool they could use to go after somebody who got caught trafficking for not getting their certification. And the state of Kansas never suffered any federal repercussion for that mechanism. And my father-in-law to this day regrets he never bought the damn stamp.
We're now going to vote on this item. Ms. Gray Jackson is first, then Mr. Peterson. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Please vote. Mr. Steele, sir, we need. Okay. That is going to the voters. The vote was 9-2. That'll be submitted to the voters in April. My thanks for everybody's work on this and your amendments. Next item in front of us is AO 2015-134. An ordinance providing for the submission of qualified voters of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $36,585,000 for general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the cost of road and storm drainage capital improvements and related capital improvements, and the question of an increase in the municipal tax cap limitation to pay associated operations and maintenance costs in the Anchorage roads and drainage service area in an election to be held in the municipality on April 5th, 2016. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Spell your last name and tell us what part of town you live in.
Mr. Chairman, can we consolidate these bond ones, or do they have to be taken individually?
I would rather take them individually.
Okay, thanks.
Because some people before had said, well, I wanted to speak on this one, so I want my extra time added in.
Very good. Very good.
Anyone at all? This is road and drainage. Anybody at all? Not seeing anybody. Public testimony is closed. What's wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Honeman. Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are on 14B, right? Mr. Chair, I'll make an amendment. I'd like to remove Spenard Road Reconstruction Phase 2 from the bond package. It's in the amount of $13 million, I believe, $800,000.
Just a second, ma'am. I had to pass something out.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Probably won't take a second anyway. We'll see.
Thank you, Ms. Dabowski. So what were you trying to amend?
I was trying to remove Spinard Road, $13,800,000 from the bond package.
I seconded that.
Oh, you did? Okay. It's moved and seconded. Ms. Dabowski, discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I'm adding the amount of bonds that we're putting before the voters and the amount we're retiring, obviously we're out of whack. And I know Spinard Road has been very controversial over the last many, many years, as I can recall. And I think because of that, if we're going to put Spinard Road on the bond at all, which I don't think it should be this year, but if we are, I think it should stand alone and let the voters decide. So for those reasons, I will be supporting removing that project from this bond package.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Sir, on Ms. Dabowski's amendment.
Yeah, I have two topics that the higher level conversation for me is that when we talked about sort of the state funding availability, it was a huge crisis, and obviously they're broke and all the other stuff, but we're going to be right behind them soon. Our resident population is heavily dependent on the price of oil, industry after industry. Look at the jobs forecasts that are coming out of our own groups that provide that information to us. And yeah, it was tailored down or tapered down ever so slightly, but I don't think big efforts were made. As I'm passionate to the Spinard Road, do we need to stand down for a minute, Mr. Chairman?
Sir, if you would. Let's take a short break. What? 5 minutes. this meeting back to order. Thanks for the small break. Mr. Starr, you're...
Yep, I would start over. Ms. Stemboski's motivation to sort of reduce the bond number is where I'm headed. I'm not certain that I'm doing it just because this is a big number. The inference that it's sort of shovel-ready, it may be design-ready, but I don't know that it's shovel-ready and has sidewalks already cut into it, and the road project hasn't necessarily started. So if we're going to hold the same standard that the state projects that we're asking the state for assistance in growing our community have to be put on hold, then painful projects such as this one probably are candidate for it as well, to pare it down and sort of make it look to our voters that have to approve this spending that we're trying to be fiscally conscious of what we get ourselves into. And I'll throw it out there in an abrasive manner. It's no secret that I'm mad at it, is that Mr. Mayor cut the Bregaw Road extension. If any more project was road ready, it was that one. That road is ready to go. We've taken acquisitions and we've bought right-of-ways. We've put all that stuff in. So what's the litmus test here, folks? Connectivity, business improvements. You're going to face 3 years worth of upset businesses over there at the very least in a very tenuous time in spending. I've seen those projects, Arctic Road, the example on that remodel. Are we ready to start it? And using the mayor's test, can this really stay on budget? Is $13 million be enough? I bet you not. I absolutely bet you no way. You're going to dig up stuff on Spenard Road, fight about the improvements. Businesses are going to sue us for interruption of service. I think it's a wise move to pare down the over bond, or put the question out there separately and let the full payment credit fall on that. So let's start to pare these bonds down. You might hear that theme on me. I'm going to vote no on several of these bonds. Probably not this one, but road and drainage is important throughout our community. Mr. Abbott, wouldn't put the full faith and credit of us going down to the municipality or on behalf of the municipality to the state. I want to show the state as well that we're holding a different standard and only moving projects that are absolutely shovel ready.
Mr. Odeman, sir, on deleting Spenard Road.
I think it was really to the bigger issue, so I think I'll hold my comments until we get to the bond issue. Thank you.
Mr. Steele.
This is wrong in so many ways. First off, the information of the maker of the motion is dated. There was a vote by the Spenard Chamber of Commerce, a 99% in favor of it. There's a commitment on the part of the city. The design work is being done. There have been surveyors out there. All the right-of-way has been purchased except for little pieces here and there that might need to be picked up. And there's widespread support for this project. In terms of whether this is funds, like I said, the rights of way have been purchased or have been dealt with. It's been on the scene for some time. When it first came up, it came up right after the Arctic fiasco. And so that's why the city has made a commitment that it's a one-year construction project, and they will phase it appropriately. They've told the owners we'll phase it appropriately, that everybody has access to their business. This is really a redevelopment project. There's a number of properties that have changed hands recently. The new owners are all behind it as well. This is a good project, and this is the place, the time and the place for it.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Flynn, sir.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to speak to you as I believe the longest standing member, much to my chagrin and probably many others, Assembly member of the AMATS Policy Committee, because this issue has bounced back and forth between this body and AMATS as how to best fund it. And so the reason I'm going to oppose Ms. Domboski's amendment is, as I tell people when they come to me and say, hey, I'd really like to see this road project funded, could you get it on the AMATS agenda? My stock response is, if there's any other way to fund it, use that mechanism, because AMATS is such a tortuous and expensive process because of the additional oversight that's required for using federal dollars. So the cost of this project would increase at least 50% were we to move it back over to the federal side. And I would remind Ms. Domboski, we've allocated a lot of AMATS funds to Glen Highway improvements, Old Glen Highway improvements, Eagle River Road improvements, and by doing that, we made it more or less impossible to fund Spenard Road via AMATs, and that's why I think this is the appropriate vehicle to use. I appreciate the desire for fiscal constraint. If we want to take other projects out of here, I'm open to that discussion, but Spenard's the one we should not. Thank you.
Mr. Hall, sir, on Spenard Road.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Spenard Road's kind of been at the heart of my entire service on this body. Early on in a meeting in the Spenard Community Council, this discussion came up, and it was quite controversial. And being young and naive at that point, at least young on the assembly, not necessarily young in age, but I told him that I would work to try to pull everybody together on this particular project. And that started 3 years of my working with that community, with members of both the business, the community councils, the Spenard Chamber of Commerce. And we got to the point to where if I had to swear to Mr. Starr today that this road is shovel ready, I would not be able to look him in the eye and tell him, yes, this road is shovel ready. Because as with any project, when you get into it, there may be issues that arrive. But what I can tell you is this is a project that is 60 feet wide. It's got 5-foot sidewalks on either side. It's got bicycle paths on either side. It's 3 lanes with a turn lane in the middle. This project is about as shovel-ready, I think, as anything can be, but there's still work to be done once the funding is there. We looked at AMATs at one time, as Mr. Flynn said, but we were immediately taken aback by the added costs that were incurred. Just an environmental impact assessment on a road as old as that one is $800,000. And going this route, we avoid those costs. But Mr. Steele and I stepped back 2 years ago. This was going to be on the bond package, and we agreed to pull it back. We were asked by the administration we want to stay below a certain price, so we said, okay, we're willing to wait until it's our turn. I believe it is Spenard's turn to be able to have a shot at getting this bond passed. That is a community that is ready to absolutely blow its borders. There are some unbelievably neat businesses in there. Moose's Tooth has acquired Mike Gordon's properties. They acquired the old Lamex. They have got unbelievable plans on what they're going to do to develop that particular area. We need to put this on this bond package, get it passed, and I would tell you what will happen is if we make the commitment to do this, the change that will happen in the development with Spenard will drive enough property taxes just to increase values with what's going to happen along that strip of road that the city will recapture that money in a very short period of time just for the fact that the improvements that will occur. So I think we should challenge everything that comes before us, Mr. Dombowski, Mr. Steele. As a matter of fact, Mr. Steele said, please don't be mad at me, and I've never found myself angry at, Mr. Starr, I've never found myself angry at him. I've always felt that he had logic and reason to anything he's brought before the body, but on this particular one, Mr. Starr, we've done our homework, we're ready. Spenard's ready for this project. I ask the body, please leave it on the bond package. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gray Jackson, ma'am, you were in the queue.
No comment, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Peterson, you're in the queue, too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in total support of the Spenard Road project, and so I won't be voting for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Starr, sir, final comment?
Just a clarification. Mr. Wilbur, is this one, it's part of our CIP and CIB revision? Was there anything that we were tagging to the state on help for this one?
No.
Not on the Spenard Road?
Correct.
Great, thank you.
Okay, nobody else in the queue, so we're now going to vote on the amendment from Ms. Dabowski. If approved, it would delete Spenard Road from the project list. Ms. Gray Jackson, Mr. Peterson, you're first.
No.
Please vote. That is not going forward. We now have the issue back in front of us. Any other amendments? Ms. Dabowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if this will accomplish what I want it to accomplish, but I'm sure legal will tell me if I'm askew here. Because this is going to be very brief, I have a motion on page 2, line 30. I would like to substitute, starting at the word at its sole discretion, with voter approval. And the intent, before I get a second, if I have a second, is to say that we're approving these projects, and if the money doesn't go towards the projects, we need to go back to the voters to ask for reauthorization.
You're on page 2, what line, ma'am?
Line 30. So it would read, I don't want to read the whole thing because it's really long, but basically it would say drainage service area with voter approval. And as I stated, the intent is, rather than the municipality being able to shift money from one project, voter-approved project, to just something else, if you want to reappropriate the money, you just need to go back and get voter authorization.
Can you give it to her in writing?
Well, there's no second, Mr. Chairman, so this.
I know I next need to ask for a second, but the clerk gets me early on this. Is there a second for that amendment?
Yeah, I want to have a conversation about that.
Mr. Starr is a second. So
while Ms. Domboski works on her language, maybe I can speak to this point, or do you want?
Well, it's just 3 words. It's with voter approval.
Got it?
Do you want to add those 3?
So I want to substitute at its sole discretion, delete at its sole discretion, and substitute it with voter approval.
Okay.
Yeah. And, you know, as I said before, you know, I made no bones about the fact, the thing that I really don't like about the ballot language is the fact that sometimes the voters will approve things. We're very specific on what they get to, you know, this project, that project. We've done a great job of articulating what's in this bond package. But then when there's money left over, it gets shifted to some project that the voters, sometimes it gets shifted to some project that the voters never approved. And I think, you know, just for transparency's sake, I know Ms. Gray Jackson and I share a passion for transparency. And for transparency's sake, I think this makes a reaffirmed effort to the voters that, yes, these are the things we're asking that the money goes for. If we come in $2 million under budget, we're not just going to shift it to something else. We're going to go back and ask for authorization to put it to something else. So that's the intent. I'm sure in coming months you'll see, or years maybe, potentially, you'll see me come back with an ordinance basically saying that. But I think I can just tighten up the language right here, and it'll accomplish the same thing.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Starr, sir. Ms.
Yeah, this is sort of the intent of the use of the money in that, for the integrity that I have, that the voter feels like he's pushing the yes button for in the end of the day. And I think there's a certain motivation to come in under budget for these projects as well, with the idea that you can sort of be efficient and you don't have to issue the number of bonds. And we do all of that. Eagle River High School was a candidate for coming in under budget, and then for some reason or another it was inferred that, well, the voters sort of approved general improvements, or in this case, road projects. So therefore, we're authorized, because we're sort of stretching the boundaries, that we can take that additional $2 million of bonded authority in the day. So I would say if we're going to want it both ways, we just put bond language out there that says, hey, we're going to build a bunch of roads and we need $20 million of bonding authority. In this case, we're saying specifically we're building these for $36,330.12. Please approve that. And Ms. Demboski's onto it. I think that I would want to tell the folks that ask me, should I vote for this bond, to say yes, because this is what it's going to build, and end of that. If it comes in under budget, great. If it comes in over budget, I don't know what to do. But the point is, I think if you're going to issue a certain number of bonds for a specific project, it doesn't mean that that's the target you're authorizing to spend $36 million. What I think you're doing is you're authorizing to build these projects. And that's what I would like to tell the voters that ask me. So I support the change.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Flynn, sir. The change from Ms. Domboski.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And raises a very good topic of discussion, and I don't know every single one of these projects as well as some others, but they're listed on Exhibit A as to what we're going to do. What I can tell you with some degree of certainty is that several of these are on the list precisely because we have been efficient with our utilization of ARTSA bond monies in the past. And that has allowed us to do essentially what I would call the reconnaissance work, the plan preparation, so that the administration can bring forth a bond package that is fully formed. And I'm not going to use the term shovel ready because everyone does and it's not entirely accurate, but so that they can move forward with this bond authorization. And I would hate to hamstring our ability to do future planning by saying, all right, if you save, $20,000 on Wesleyan Drive, you can't use that to plan the next road project that needs to come to the bond, and thereby making our process almost as disturbingly bureaucratic as AMATS is. So I appreciate the concern. We are being very specific about what we are going to do. Having a couple extra bucks left over at the end, if we are successful in doing that, in which case we all owe Jerry Hansen a high five, then let's use those dollars wisely. Let's keep an eye on them and make sure they're using them on the appropriate projects. But let's not hamstring our ability to keep moving forward in our community. That's my thoughts on this issue, but I do appreciate you raising the topic.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Hall on Ms. Dabowski's amendment.
Yes, it does make for a very interesting conversation. The thing that causes me to pause when I think about the amendment, Ms. Dabowski, is if we've got two projects running and we've got one that comes in under budget and we've got another that we're close to finishing but over budget, and we could pull the money from the one. I mean, they're similar projects, and complete that project, and you do it in a timely manner, you save a significant amount of money. And the thing that causes me pause is the fact that you may have that scenario occur, but you're going to have to wait to the next general election for the electorate to go and say, yes, it's okay by us to use this to complete that project. And I think in the long term, sometimes in delay of a project, it would cost you more just waiting to get that approval. I think we do need to tighten it up and make sure that when the money used is for similar projects or it's in the same genre. So it's a tough call for me.
Mr. Honeman, on Ms. Dabowski's amendment.
I think everybody spoke pretty eloquently to it. One of the things that strikes me is that certainly if there were money left over on a project and it's substantial, or say it's every one of these bonds come in under budget, and the net effect is $1 million in savings after the bonds have already been sold, there's certainly nothing that could preclude the administration from coming to the Assembly and proposing paying that $1 million back towards the bond indebtedness, or the flexibility of using it to make up, as Mr. Starr said, perhaps a cost overrun because of some contaminated soil or something that wasn't initially forecasted. So I think I give latitude towards that. Now, if we start bonding for things or going to the voters for bonds and then just setting on that authority and never bonding it until we decide another project that we like better, then I'm a little more concerned. I'm a lot more concerned, and I wouldn't go for that. But I think that we're looking at projects that are projected. They have dollar amounts fixed to them, and we can only hope that they come in under budget. So I say we go forward, let the voters speak, and then let's see where the dollars come in at.
Thank you. Mr. Steele, on Ms. Dabowski's amendment, sir.
Yeah, I think it's well intended. However, you get into a whole bureaucratic mess when you have a project run over and you have one that's good and you have some left. If you can't apply it to that one that ran over, then what do? You leave the street open for the winter until you can go back to the voters for $1,000. I mean, it's just, it could be a huge waste of time, effort, and money. And it just seems to me people aren't gaming it. They're trying to get the job done, and I just see that measure is going to hamstring people.
Appear to be no other comments from assembly members. What we're going to be doing is voting on page 2, line 30. Mr. Buska wants to take away at its sole discretion and put in there with voter approval. Is that correct, Mr. Buska?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's vote on this then.
Mr. Chair.
Ma'am, anything else?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, when we actually look at the proposition language has the number in total. And then, of course, our exhibits have listed the projects. So, together, obviously, the voters aren't going to see the exhibit unless they pull it up. But with that said, the overriding theory here is, and I apologize to the ASD people sitting in the audience, but we see this with school bonds too, where they'll bond and they might have a substantial chunk of change left over, a few $1,000,000, and it goes to a different project. The intent here is to say, listen, these are the projects that you've approved. That's where the money's going to go. And if we want it to go to something totally different, we need to come back to you. So that's the intent, just for clarification.
Okay. We'll vote now, Mr. Peterson, Ms. Gray Jackson first.
No.
Yes.
Okay. That was defeated. 6 nays, 5 yeas. What? I know, we have the main motion back in front of us. Okay, we're now going to vote on item 14B. Mr. Starr.
Yeah, I just have 2 questions, one for the administration. Mr. Wilbur, perhaps, or CFO, how many dollars of outstanding bonds do we have that are unissued in sort of the same category?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, I don't know the answer to that. Outstanding.
Safe to say next summer's projects are funded under unissued bonds, meaning we haven't sold the debt yet. No one knows how much outstanding but approved we have.
I'm here to make, I don't care.
I don't know, but I'm sure that we can find that out.
The next question I have is, there's another project in here that Mr. Peterson added late in the game to our capital improvement project, the Campbell Road project, which is, I think, less than maybe half a mile, $2.7 million. It's on that map label number 4, I guess, or the project list. Let me put it where the project listing is. It's the second from the bottom, Mr. Wilbur. Campbell Airstrip Road.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
0.4 of a mile for $2.7 million. We just added that in December. So we're pledging to these folks that it's shovel-ready, that we've done all of our engineering, that we know how much it's going to cost. I find that to be challenging on this project from that statement. Do I feel like the road ought to be upgraded? Absolutely. But if we're going to have good intent to where I can feel red face test that I'm not going to tell people misleading, if we approve this bond, it will start construction as early as later this fall.
July.
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, 2-part question. One is the estimate, and the other is the start date. And I'll let Mr. Abbott.
Yeah, and I have a third one for you. And there's, I thought we amended it to rely on state funding in some capacity or another for that project in the CIP, and I don't have it tonight. I should have.
I can help you there, Mr. Starr. There's already some state money in place.
Already received?
Federal money.
Federal money.
Right.
Federal.
Yeah, we already got grant money, and this is the local match.
Okay, so the other 2 parts, shovel ready?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, as it relates to the estimate, when the Assembly was entertaining the idea to add this one in, we worked it out to Project Management Engineering to confirm the estimate so that when we put the number in the CIP or on the bonds, we had an accurate estimate of what was required. As it relates to the development schedule, I'll yield to Mr. Abbott.
This project wasn't added to the CIP, it was advanced. It was originally, in the previously approved CIP, it was scheduled for construction funding in a couple of years. I don't remember whether it was 2 or 3 years out. So it's been on the plan. The road is substantially complete with the design. We will bid, if the bonds pass, we will bid the project immediately and substantially construct the project this summer.
Okay. Well, again, my closing comments, thanks for the answers, guys. I guess my comments here are, if we go into a climate or a culture of fiscal awareness, let's say that everybody's queued up now, that debt's important, that do we approve bonds or do we whatever. My feeling is in total on all the things that are in front of us, what are we bringing forth that's really necessary to continue to advance our community? Not stop it or even just build to status quo, but how do we move our community down the road? And I'm not certain that I feel that $36 million is absolutely necessary to go to the voters this time around for the project that we just talked about. We've been living with the Campbell Airstrip narrowing in the toughness there for a long time. Eagle River Road that Mr. Flynn talked about was delayed 3 times so that we could build O'Malley, we could build the Minnesota Turnpike. The patience is evident in some of this as well as the overall tone of fiscal constraint. And when you sum up all of these, if they all appear, I can't go to the voters and say, let us go into debt for this much. Lost our state grant, we're losing state funding to back us up. Our dollars stretch farther, perhaps 2 years from now, in these projects when state match can come back into it. Mr. Flynn talked about it briefly about that, but it's so much better when we can leverage our money and go to the state with $250,000 and get $750 back. So I'll vote, but I'm very cautious about that, and it precludes me from voting yes on others because I have this number in my mind that we're just not going to get it from the voters, and they're going to click no on a lot of things because they're queued up. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Honeman?
Well, to Mr. Starr and my colleagues, basically this project, as long as I've been on the Assembly, has been on their CIP and been on a concern list because they were trying to go to find other funding sources, the feds, the state. And this particular stretch of the road is actually municipal under ARDSA. So I just remind you that, in some places there's more than one way to get there, and much like your Eagle River Road, it is the main road going up Campbell Airstrip to Basher. That is the only road to get to that up into that subdivision, and that particular area is critical. So it has been, I guess you'd say, beat to death and chewed apart, and this is kind of another attempt at trying to get the project finished. It has been something that has been studied, and it has, for lack of better terms, again, shovel ready. So as Mr. Hall said, and passionately, believe me and trust me that we've gone and done our homework on this one. So it's I too am concerned about the big dollar amount and what the taxpayer may say come April. But that's neither here nor there for us. This is where we have to get there. Is to it's up to the taxpayer to decide if they want to go into that indebtedness. Thank you.
We're now going to start voting on this item. Mr. Peterson, you're first. Ms. Gray Jackson, you're second. Please vote. You too.
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
On the main issue in front of us. That is approved by the body and going to the voters in April. Next item in front is item 14C, an ordinance providing, this is AO 2015-135, an ordinance providing for the submission of qualified voters of Anchorage, Alaska. The question of the issue is not to exceed $3,362,060 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of constructing, renovating, and equipping park, trail, and recreational facilities, capital improvements, and its related capital improvements, and the question of an increase in the municipal tax cap limitation to pay associated operations and service area without cost to Chugach, Eagle River, Girdwood, or other taxpayers outside the service area, an election to be held at the municipality on April the 5th, 2016. Public hearing is now open. Anybody wishing to testify on the Parks and Rec issue, please come forward. Station employee for the record, spell your last name, tell us what part of town you live in. Welcome.
Thank you. Billy Ray Powers, P-O-W-E-R-S. I live in the UMed district. We have an exceptional Parks and Rec division in this city. They really take a good interest and a really nice job of maintaining our parks, and we enjoy that. I just want to say kudos to writing the check for the Waldron Lake property. That is a really nice addition to our community. It preserves a family legacy as well as a place to enjoy for years to come. I'm really not happy with the D-Bar Road extension. At a whim, I guess, our mayor can just stop a project. We just voted on $36 million. At a whim, can we just stop that project and throw that money down a black hole? Would be our port job. At a whim. That was the best bang for the buck road project this town has ever had for my money. There's 3 hospitals. We spend billions of dollars to get our firemen, our paramedics to where we can shave seconds off the time it takes for response. Yet we're going to go ahead and shut down a road that is a main artery to 3 hospitals. It was the best bang for the buck road in this town. And we're going to throw that money down the black hole. So I would vote for this $3 million deal because of how well our Parks and Rec take care of our properties. And we do need to take care of our properties. But that ixnay on the Ode Ray D-Bar Road, that small little section of road that is going to move major traffic in this town and provide safety for our citizens, we turned our back on safety after spending billions of dollars to shave response time. Not to mention all the property owners were on board with this, both universities. And because somebody wants to walk their dog, we're going to ixnay the road job. You know, it's funny that the anti-folks, the anti-development folks, want to live where we've developed something. I mean, we got a million acres out here, untouched. Thank you.
Ray, your time's up. Thank you, sir, for being here. Anybody else wish to testify on this item, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing saying no, and public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion from assembly members. Does not appear to be any discussion. Waiting for the clerk to get here so we can write down who made the motion, who seconded it. Who made the motion?
Mr. Hall.
Hall.
And I second it.
Honeman seconded it, Lisa. Okay? Comments from assembly members before we vote on this item? Not seeing any. Mr. Peterson, you're first. Ms. Gray Jackson, you're second. Please vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Please vote. I still need a couple more to vote. Oh, you've got, add those 2 you've got.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Ms. Johnston, put her down as a yes.
Ms. Johnston, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. And we got to show Mr. Peterson and Ms. Gray Jackson as positives on it, too. The vote will be 9-2. Do you have it? Take just a second. There we go. Get up on the board and we're there. That is approved by the body and sent to the voters. Next item in front of us is item 14D, AO 2015-136, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $1,050,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, to pay the costs of fire protection capital improvements and related capital improvements in the Anchorage Fire Service Area at an election to be held in the municipality on April 5th, 2016. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward, state your name for the record, spell your last name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi again, Billy Ray Powers, Powers. I live on the small streets and the small lots with the tiny houses in Airport Heights. I'm one of the little people. But again, this is some money that we propose to spend to help our firemen, our paramedics, our emergency people, our policemen respond and get there and get an important job done. And I say we vote for this, but that D-Bar Road extension, are you kidding me? That was the biggest bang for the buck for getting our policemen, our firemen, our paramedics where they need to be. All 3 hospitals, the airport. That is poor leadership right there, really poor. I hate to have to be this way, but that's just how it comes down. We're spending money and we're throwing in the garbage can projects that are shovel ready. The right project. It's in the garbage can. And our port, that's a joke. That is a black hole. It's going to cost the same amount of money for that port as it would cost for the Knik Arm Bridge. The only difference with the Knik Arm Bridge is we could do the heavy lifting on the other side with thousands of acres available for lay-down yards. And we could clean up our front street. We could get rid of those ugly old tank farms that are leaking down there. We could do, it's the same amount of money. It's $800 million for the Knik Arm Bridge. It's $700 million, that was the number. Now it's growing. Same amount of money. Knik Arm Bridge or the port. The Knik Arm dumps its mud right in our port. That's where the silt falls out of the Knik River. So every 2 or 3 years, we dredge that back out. Or if you go to Port McKenzie, that's a gravel bottom. The Knik Arm doesn't drop any silt there. It never needs dredged. And that's a deep water port. Usability tested it. It's a deep, we got thousands of acres over there. But of course, it's us against them, right? When are we going to start working together here in South Central? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony. Anybody else wish to testify on this issue, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing say none, this issue is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Dabowski. You picked up the second from Mr. Hall. Okay. Ms. Dabowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For expedience sake, I've tested the will of the body on my pet peeve regarding bond language, and I won't bring that amendment back. I was going to do that with each of them, but the 2 bonds that I will support putting on the ballot are both related to public safety. And again, when we look at how much we're retiring versus how much we're bonding, and we look at the economic climate that, as Mr. Starr alluded to, what happens at the state level, we will soon follow. I think it's appropriate as we go forward in future years to be very mindful of that and to start to prioritize. And I think public safety is the #1 thing. Therefore, I will be supporting this bond and the next.
Thank you, Ms. Dabowski. Other comments from Assembly members? Not seeing anybody. We're now going to vote. Ms. Gray Jackson, you're first, then Mr. Peterson.
Well, yeah, I'm first. Yes.
Yes.
Who are we missing? What? That's fine. The item is approved and sent to the voters. Next item in front of us is item 2015-137, orders providing for the submission of the qualified voters of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $3,800,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, to pay the cost of public safety facilities, police, and related improvements in the Anchorage Metropolitan Police Service area at an election to be held in the municipality on April the 5th, 2016. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name, carry with the record, spell your last name. Tell us what part of town you live in.
Billy Ray Powers, P-O-W-E-R-S. Again, pleasure. Just 17 million bucks. We could have had that road. I hate to harp on it, but that's where our cops are, man. If you didn't notice, our cops are mostly over on Tudor Road. That's where they're at. That's where all 3 hospitals are. Well, we're going to spend a lot of money. We can spend money everywhere, but something that's really going to make a difference to our citizens here. I just want to be real clear where I stand on that road extension. So I guess I probably got that done, and I appreciate you bearing with me and listening to me, because I'm a little bit passionate about a job like that going down the drain when it would do so much good for our community. Thanks for listening to me again.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no, public testimony is closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Starr, sir.
Well, they've all left, but can somebody, perhaps the chief here, can you talk to me about E911 upgrades, Mr. LeBlanc? I have a question about the scope and depth of E911 in the long-range plan, as well as the CFO perhaps can look up the amount of money in the 911 fund now. It's millions of dollars, like 6, 7, or 8. So can you explain to me the scope and depth of E911, the enhanced 911 goal?
It's called NG 911.
Well, it's not in our bond. It's not.
For next generation.
Okay.
And we're actually just kicking that project off. The first project was the consolidation of the CAD systems, the computer-aided dispatch systems, between APD and AFD, and that project is going extremely well. The vendors have been picked, the software, the hardware has been picked, and then in conjunction with that, we'll be upgrading the telephone systems, which will basically be NG 911. They're just beginning to construct the RFP. AFD, APD are working together. The RFP should hit the street probably within 60 days.
Does that have a consolidated dispatch outcome?
Physically, no, but essentially the calls will be instantaneously transferred. Right now we have delay, and a number of studies, when I was city manager, we actually had that same discussion about whether the physical consolidation was beneficial. The number of studies that we've done have proved it's really not in our economic or our dispatch interest to consolidate the two, but we're moving to the same hardware and software systems. So while physically they will be separated, on a virtual basis, they will be combined.
Yeah, we've already funded that software purchase prior to this bond initiative, so I wanted to know where you felt that the next efficiency was going to go. We're one of the last remaining cities that has independent call center taking by both separate divisions. So,
and we do, and they're different.
Yeah, it's not a debate, Chief. I just wanted to know if you could tell me what we were going to spend the money on, because we have already purchased and I can't remember the name of the vendor. AFD
TriTech.
was using it. TriTech.
TriTech,
Yeah.
and the APD has elected to go with TriTech also.
Okay.
So that'll be extremely beneficial and efficient. And then, as I said, in 2 months, we'll probably issue the RFP for NG 911. We'll be able to explain much more of it.
Yeah, my understanding when we did the approval of that TriTech consolidation, which was spurred by the Matrix study and all the other studies, was that we had fully funded it. So thank you for your answer. The next one, what's the remaining balance in our 911 collection funds?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Starr. I'm
Could
sorry.
you speak in your microphone, sir?
Sorry, I'm sorry. I don't have that information, but I'll find that and I'll get that to you.
If anybody has a budget book, it's listed in there because we use it as a funds source. I guess my illustration isn't to do that, but we put these fiscal concerns out to the voters and ask them to approve them, and I feel like we've done our work throughout that, as well as the 911 collection fees. And this hits home for me is because those funds in that 911 are significant. When I say significant, they're probably 3 times this bond amount that's sitting in there for program upgrades, including running the daily functions of that improvement. So I want to be certain that we need to go to the voters for this. If it's what the chief had talked about, his expectations on consolidating TriTech, the records management system, the CAD programs, we already dealt with that in a funding level and appropriation funder. That's way down the road. So I want to be genuine to the voters on what they're going to get for that. If we're heading to consolidated dispatch and we need to upgrade facilities, either a new building or a hardened center, then I can explain it. But it's not trying to beat it, but we need to be good at what we do, and issuing debt for a program that we may not have just under the name of public safety isn't perhaps what I'd like to do with that. If you told me we were heading to consolidated dispatch and savings and those upgrades were necessary from that, you'd have me, but I'm not positive that we've got the NG 911 program ready to bring to the voters yet. And the other thing is it helps fund where we do Chugiak Eagle River. We significantly are held to a tight budget and yet have resistance to access that 911 fund. When up and down the Glen, we're picking people up under ambulance services under a fixed contract rate. Girdwood does it too. And so if we can get a pro rata into how much dollars we contribute to the 911 capture fund, ambulance fee fund, then I'd be happy to have the conversation to take it to the voters. But it's going to be a tough sell for my community if it's just in the name of public safety. They always seem to be approved, but it's our prudence, I think, to put good programs to the book. So that's my concern here, and I'm still not sure I want to vote yes on this.
Thank you, sir. Anything else, Mr. Harris?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Other comments from assembly members before we vote on this issue?
Mr. Chairman, if I could, to Mr. Starr's question before you vote. Mr. Starr, I believe, I'm not familiar with the E911 fund, but I am familiar with the E911 surcharge. Is that what you're referring to?
No, there is a fund. I don't remember the number because we changed the fund numbers per se based on the new information management program that we're instituting. So I don't have the fund number offhand, and it's kind of moot to this. Either they agree with me that E911 is not ready yet for the funding levels necessary, or we could do it out of operational dollars, which is a typically high balance.
Well, if I could, I do believe it is ready. Otherwise, we wouldn't have proposed a project in here. As the chief mentioned, we've got a project in play. It's ready to advance the next step, and that's why this request is on here.
Yeah, I'm not to argue with you, but TriTech software was previously appropriated under the Sullivan administration to purchase and implement, and we did that. So in terms of going to the voters to pay for it, I beg that I don't think that's what we're doing. So thank you.
Okay, any other comments from assembly members before we vote on this issue? Ms. Dembowski, ma'am.
Can we just have a clarification? The E911 stuff is under 14F. Are we on 14E or 14F?
14E.
Okay, thanks.
Which is the building. The what?
Mr. Peterson, any comments, sir?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Gray Jackson, any comments, ma'am?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're now going to vote on this item.
You early bird.
The two of you that are not with us will vote first. Please vote.
Yes.
Yes.
I was approved unanimously, and it's going to the voters. Next item in front is item 14F. This is ordinance AO 2015-141. An ordinance providing for the submission of qualified voters of the municipality of Marriage, Alaska. The question of the issue is not to exceed $3,065,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of area-wide safety capital improvements and related capital improvements at an election to be held in the municipality on April 5th, 2016. Public hearing is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. Don't you like this, Billy Ray? There is no one else to argue with here.
Well, we got 300,000 people live here, and this is what we have? Come on, man.
It's Brugal Road, by the way.
Huh?
It's the Brugal extension.
500,000? Okay, Billy Ray Powers, thanks for having me come down and speak. We're spending a lot of money here. Now, before I came down here, I watched KTUU, Channel 2 News. Price of oil is 29-something a barrel. BP announced that they're laying off 1,200 people. These are high-paying jobs in our community. So we all know we need good police work. We need good services. But man, let's start keeping the cost down a little bit here. We're looking at a fiscal crisis. I mean, I see it coming. I was here in the 80s. That's when it was real fun. I started being a real estate broker at that time. Things were real fun. And we're going to see that again if the stars line up, and it looks like they're lining up here. So let's be real conservative about what we spend. We need good police work. We need good fire. We need good emergency services. We need our streets plowed. But let's just keep it right down as tight as we can, please. Thanks for listening to me again.
Thank you, sir, for coming here. Anybody else wish to testify on this item in front of the Assembly? I'm not seeing or hearing anyone. We'll need a motion on this item. It's 2015-141.
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Starr, sir.
Yes.
Run the tape back.
Yeah, all my comments apply to this one, absolutely, and then some. And I don't think I want to bring the chief up necessarily for this, but this is an area-wide bond. Everybody pays for it naturally on that. I mean, I do want to bring the chief up. Chief, how does Chugiak get an ambulance out of this area-wide money?
Get one.
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, they do. Included in this bond is $900,000 to replace 4 MICUs. We have 3 standard box MICUs that we've used for years. Then we're purchasing 1 Sprinter, which is a new, more efficient, smaller type, to beta test that. And then there's $165,000 to replace Life Pack 12s with the Life Pack 15s. And one of the Life Packs will go to Chugiak, and one of them will go to Girdwood. Anchorage will take the other 3. But in the bond, for the 4 ambulances, 1 will go to Chugiak.
Yeah, and that'll help me sell it to the guys that asked me, should I vote for it? Does that give us a new one?
Yes.
Put you on the stock. Is it?
Brand
You had
new.
your email that you sent out. Not everyone saw it, I don't think, but our chief was asking about that ambulance that has got a zillion miles always in the shop. We got it as a hand-me-down. Will that solve the problem?
Well, I just met with the maintenance crew this morning, and we've begun to do a distribution of all of the existing ambulances with the new ones coming in, and we agreed this morning that Chugiak would get one of the new ones.
Okay. Thanks for going on the record saying that, Chief.
You bet.
Ms. Dabowski, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Starr just nailed it home. I wanted to make sure we weren't going to get the used.
Chief again?
No. So he got it for me. But thank you, Chief, for that answer. I appreciate it.
You bet.
But I do, obviously, this is ambulances and replacements, and I just want to be clear and just mention my husband's a fireman. We do have the Board of Ethics thing, so I don't think I needed to make a disclosure on this. Okay, good, thanks.
On this item, ma'am. Any other comments from Assembly members? If not, we're now voting on 2015-141, whether it's said to the voters or not. Ms. Greg Jackson, your first, then Mr. Peterson.
Yes?
Yes.
Please vote. Another one that's unanimous. That is approved to be sent to the voters. Next item in front of us is item 14G, ordinance AO 2015-125. Ordinance providing for the submission of qualified voters or anchors will ask for the question of the issuance not to exceed $49,255,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the cost of capital improvements for the Anchorage School District at an election to be held in the municipality on April 5th, 2016. This item is now open for public testimony. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. Billy Ray, come on down. He'll give you the audience to come down here. Just come on.
Billy Ray Powers, P-O-W-E-R-S. Oh, it was a few meetings ago we okayed an enormous bond package, knowing that the state is not going to kick in. So we are knowing the state is not going to kick in. Now, we get to the bang for the buck. We did some testing in our country here recently, and Alaska came in fourth from the bottom. And in Anchorage, my neighborhood school, Airport Heights, came in last. That's the school I should send my children to. I have 7 kids. It's been a stretch for me. No, none of my kids went to that school. But 2/3 of my property tax went to pay for that school and the schools my kids ultimately went to. Now, my wife and I spent almost 30 years driving kids to school. And this is the kind of performance we have in this city. It's not acceptable. We need to change the whole way we do it. Now, I'm just a simple guy, but what kind of business can go ahead and just board the property? We got billions of dollars worth of Taj Mahal schools, beautiful properties. What kind of private business could just board those up for 3 months, for a third of the year? Just shutter them. Well, I'll tell you, because America was an agrarian society back in since the beginning of time, that's why we did it. We had school in the winter. We had the kids off to put in the crops in the summer. It's not like that now. Those schools should be used year-round. We would not have to build another school for a quarter of a century. It would increase our capacity by 30%. And a child, they'd have to do two of 3 semesters offered. If they got behind in a semester, they could catch up, get back up where they need to be. And you know, when kids take 3 months off, they get kind of rusty. They're not really up on their game. Kids that really wanted to get going, if we wanted to produce education where the kids really got it done, they could race ahead and go all 3 semesters. We could beat the world here, but we're lagging behind, man. Thank you for listening.
Go anywhere yet, sir. Billy, we
Mr.
have
Powers.
a question for you. Mr. Flynn.
Yes.
How you doing, man?
Better than I deserve.
Me too. So, well, I'm generally concurrent with your statement that we should be utilizing school facilities year-round.
Well, good.
I will tell you, if you'd like sometime, you and I can take a little road trip to a place called Glitter Gulch. It's located outside the gates of Denali National Park, and you will find facilities that are shuttered for 8 months of the
Oh,
year.
my goodness.
Private sector owned. Private sector owned. So it happens.
How are they performing?
Very well.
Are they?
Sold the product.
Well, you know, the other part of this is it's not just these guys.
I understand your point.
You know, we got a lot of diversity here. There's kids that don't even speak English. It's not like Finland. I get that. But, man, we can do better. We can do better. Thanks.
Mr. Steele.
Billy Ray.
Mr. Powers.
Mr. Powers. Yeah.
You seem to be popular tonight, sir.
I just wanted to refute one issue, in terms of the performance.
Okay.
Don't confuse Alaska's performance with Anchorage's performance. Sometimes people try to do that, and sometimes people do it unaware that the figures that they're looking at are statewide figures. we're doing a lot better than what you think.
I understand a village on the bank of the Kuskokwim River may not be doing that great, and kids may think that they're going to be fishermen. They're not going to be lawyers or engineers. But I do know that my kids, and I trucked them to school, man. We went to the best schools we could find. And they were marginally ready for college, and I mean marginally. They were not ready. And for the $250,000 per child that was spent on my kids from kindergarten to 12th grade, they should have had master's degrees. Thanks, man.
Thank you, Billy Ray. Take care. Anybody else wish to testify on this item, please come forward. Anyone at all? Come on down, sir. Welcome to the meeting.
Good evening. Chairman, Trainee Assembly members, Mayor Berkowitz. My name is David Boyle, B-O-Y-L-E, and I live in South Anchorage. The Cheech and Chong agenda item is very difficult to follow. At least I stayed awake. Anyway, tonight I want to talk to you about AO 2015-125, the bond issue for this Anchorage School District of $49,255,000. It's called capital improvements, but it's actually maintenance. We're bonding for maintenance, and if you read the items, there's no capital improvements in there at all. Most of the bond is for maintenance. We should not bond for maintenance. And why do we do this? Well, one of the reasons is because the maintenance fund in the Anchorage School District has been depleted. At one time, it was over $22 million. Now I believe it's around $10 million. And the reason for that is those maintenance funds have been diverted into the operating fund, which should never happen. If you look at the Anchorage School District and their facilities, their real property, they should be putting about $40 million into their maintenance fund every year. Then we wouldn't have this bonding for maintenance. That's my first comment. Second comment is, if you look in your packets, you'll see a poll in there done by Hayes Research Group. Very important poll that the school district commissioned. And regarding these bonds, the intent of the poll is to determine the best manner to market, that is, to influence voters. And if you read the poll, you can see just that. You guys, when you're candidates, you also poll voters, hopefully, in order to influence them, push polls, or to repackage yourself so that you can actually win an election. And that's what the Anchorage School District does with their poll as well. They are marketing to influence the outcome of an election, that is, to win the election for their school bonds. Now, this may be in violation of Alaska law. It's Alaska Statute 15.113.145, titled Money of the State and Its Political Subdivisions. And I'll read it now. Money held by an entity identified in A13, which is the school district or the municipality here, may be used to influence the outcome of an election concerning a ballot proposition or question, but only if those funds have been specifically, repeat specifically, appropriated for that purpose by a state law or a municipal ordinance. Now, the school district has budgeted about $60,000 to market the bonds and to influence the outcome of the election. And that could be interpreting influence in the election per this statute. This is $60,000 that's taken out of the classrooms, about half a teacher. If you proceed to vote on this in the positive, you may be in violation of the Alaska statute. I want to thank you for this opportunity, and please seriously consider this.
Sir, if you'd stay here, we have some questions for you.
Okay.
Mr. Evans? Okay. I guess there are no questions. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to testify on this item, please come forward. Ed?
Thank you, Chairman Trainee, members of the Assembly, Mayor Berkowitz. I just wanted to be here to kind of offer my appreciation and support for your consideration of the bond package that we have before you tonight. Also let you know that we've gone through a very deliberate process and inclusive practice with the community in trying to identify what our bond proposal should look like, and that began last summer with our CIAC, Capital Improvement Advisory Committee. And certainly the primary focus of this proposal is to address the immediate and pressing life safety needs, safety, security, critical components throughout the district, and it identifies 39 different schools which will be impacted positively with the passing of this proposal and subsequent voting on and approval by the members of the public. And what we've done is we've taken the facilities condition indices and we've identified, again, those critical needs and drilled that down to address the most essential elements of the schools at this time. So with that, I stand here tonight with Board President Cameron Perez-Verdilla and staff members available to answer any specific questions you might have related to this proposal.
We've got some questions for you, sir. Ms. Johnston, ma'am.
Yes, and I kind of gave the CFO a heads up. What's your total bonded indebtedness right now before these bonds?
So through the chair, Ms. Johnson, we're looking at about $600 million is our debt that we have, and the payoff is roughly $59 million, so it's about $9 million over what we're asking. And I can look to Mr. Foster to confirm that.
So it's $9 million over. I didn't. The payout's $59 million, but $9 million over.
What
you're retiring, or what?
What we're requesting, what we're putting forward is $49 million.
Oh, okay.
And our
And
payoff
so
is about
59. So you're retiring.
$59 million roughly is what we'll be retiring.
Retiring, and so you're okay. And just for history, what was the bonded indebtedness even 5 years ago?
I have that schedule here.
Sure, through the chair. The bonded indebtedness in FY 2007-2008 was $803 million, and so we've basically dropped $200 million since then.
And then, of course, if this were to pass by the voters, would not be reimbursable, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Nabowski, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Can you tell me where you guys are sitting with your budget as far as we just found out in our budget we may have about a $5 million surplus. Where are you guys sitting with your unspent, unallocated money?
For this current school year, we have not done that final first semester projections at this point. We don't have that dollar amount.
Okay, let me back up a little, and I'll clue you in on the fact that sometimes I listen to your finance committee meetings. So it's concerning to me that you potentially could have a significant surplus. And when we're looking at this capital improvement building life extension projects, $41 million of it is basically for maintenance and stuff. And if you potentially could have a significant surplus, what last year was 23 million, I think, somewhere in that neighborhood, how can you be asking for this big of a bond if you can't tell me how much you might have potentially? I mean, you got to know the first 2 quarters. I've seen you give it to your finance committee yet. So, I mean, it doesn't make sense to me.
Through the chair, Ms. Domboski, one of the things I can tell you is that over the years, the Anchorage School District has done its best to make sure that we match our expenditures with revenue. Just as every big organization does, you have those quarterly reviews and whatnot. And as part of the process in our budget development that we've done is we've actually taken line items and we've removed those from the budget. For example, we do not have line item curriculum purchases in our budget. What we do is we take those funds that are projected to be expended and we put them in the classroom most directly supporting our students. And so there's a trade-off that is made. Another example would be technology. Rather than putting a line item budget into technology, we made the decision that we were going to allocate those funds to, again, go directly to the classroom and support students in schools. And so the obvious trade-off with that is that you have to defer some of those one-time expenditures, and we look toward the end of the year and kind of determining, are we at 98% of our expenditures? Are we at 99% of our projected expenditures? And then that's when we would make recommendations to fulfill those deferred one-time expenditure needs.
So what you're telling me is you won't, even though we're in January, because it's not the end of the school year, you won't know what your potential surplus may be, let's call it a surplus, until the end of the school year.
No, I did not say that. What I said is that we're working through that process, and as we get more definitive information as to where our revenues are regarding our expenditures, then my recommendation is going to be to bring that information to the school board with a recommendation for the expenditures of items like curriculum, which we have foregone for the last several years, because again, we're focused on putting our funds into the classroom to support students and our teachers.
So if you have a surplus, you'll recommend using it for curriculum and stuff in the classroom versus paying maintenance. Is that what I'm hearing?
We will look at, through the chair, we will look at what the greatest needs are at that time and make the decision based on, again, feedback from the board, but the recommendation at this time, from what I know we have needs of, will be related to those expenditures or those purchases that we have foregone for the last a couple of years, because we want to target our funds again into the classroom.
Okay, and my last question, I'm going to try as I might. It didn't work for me during the last round. You guys were here, but do you have any estimate on what your surplus will be?
Through the chair, Ms. Dombowski, every year we make our projections based on revenue and expenditures. We look at heating costs, electricity costs. We try and determine the retention and recruitment of staff, and so all of those factors come into play when we're developing a budget, and our goal is to get to 100%, and sometimes we get to 99%, 98%, but certainly as we move through the school year, when we see that there are revenue sources that are not coming in at the level we thought they were going to be coming in, or expenditures that are not being expended at the level we thought we were going to, we make those adjustments. And many times the adjustments first start with how can we support our students in the classroom, what needs do we have for students, and so we try and address those immediately. And then from there, again, looking at how we use how we develop our budgets. There are many one-time line item purchases that are not in the budget, and we'll use that for purchases when those funds come available to us. So sometimes it's equipment, but in the upcoming school year, our expectation will be to use it for curriculum.
Okay, so that's fine. The answer is no, you're not going to give me an estimate. You don't have one.
We're going to look to try and be as close to
Thank you, Mr.
100%.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Holman's next. Mr. Holman?
Well, first of all, happy birthday to the school board president. Both of us spending our birthdays on doing people's business here at the assembly meeting, so welcome. My big concern, of course, I think Mr. Starr mentioned it earlier, is that we may be at a point when we're looking at state, obviously, concerns. It's going to bleed into the municipal concerns because we're the largest municipal government entity, of course. And then we get into the debt reimbursement that the legislatures have generally done, that we're on, if you will, they call it sunset or moratorium or whatever, for 5 years. Is that correct?
Yep.
So if these bonds, let's just say, if these bonds are approved by this body to go to the voters for review and potential approval, does that mean these are going to be 20-year bonds? Will these be a 20-year bond cycle like most have? Is that right, 20 years?
Through the chair, Mr. Holman, yes, the expectation is to be a 20-year bond.
So
we have here.
For the first 5 years, the taxpayers of the municipality would be responsible for the payments of those 100%, at 100%, correct?
Through the chair, Mr. Holman, the moratorium that's in place is a 5-year moratorium, and so I think the understanding is that anything that is submitted during that time would not qualify for consideration.
Going forward?
Going forward.
After the 5th year, when the sunset lifted, they would not, the legislature, it would not qualify for that?
I think they put identified time frame for the next 5 years. They are not considering debt reimbursement.
Thank you.
Ms. Gray Jackson, you're on the queue, ma'am. Ms. Gray Jackson? Mr. Peterson?
No comment at this time.
Mr. Starr, sir, and then Mr. Steele.
Thanks for coming down, and it seems like we do this every year, but the amount of voter-approved but unissued debt, do you have that number?
I'm sorry, through the chair, Mr. Starr, could you repeat your question?
The amount of already voter-approved bonding authority from ASD that have not been issued.
Sure, I'll have Mr. Foster share with me. It looks like we have 48,342,000.
And are those project dedicated yet? Do you know?
I'm not sure I can speak to that.
Are the projects dedicated?
Well, have you encumbered the money per se? What I'm getting at is it sort of seems like we're priming the pump. 2 years from now, you've got this year, then you've got the 48 million yet to issue, and now we're saying, you know, now we need 49 million and then some for probably several years from now. Is that?
Through the chair, if I may. In fact, the pattern has been reversed just within the last 2 years. We used to have on the order of 70 or 80 unexpended during these discussions, and now we've reduced that to under 50 because we accelerated the spending of the old bond money and accelerated the deployment of our capital.
Of your capital? Is that how you ended the sentence?
Yes.
Of your capital, yeah. And I don't, we're in public testimony still, are we not, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay. I have broader comments about that because, as you know, the taxpayer doesn't pay the tax burden until we sell the bonds. So I want to be cognizant of that. Your group as well as our group sells bonds, and so I'm cognizant of the timing of that. Should you get voter authorization for the 49, in theory, you could come to the voters and sell $90 million worth of bonds. That's what you'd have on the books come April if they approve that. And I'm concerned about that.
In theory, in practice, I don't believe that would be possible given the other constraints on project development and the staffing levels. A smoother spend is much more likely.
That's a fair answer. I guess I'd be cognizant to have that conversation. We just authorized in October on our side a higher than normal number, 80 million plus to be sold as bonds. And so that's when the taxpayers wake up and say, wow. So good thing it's after the ballot in some cases. But I have another question, but I'll ask it later. I don't want to maximize the conversation. It's more of a general comment than a debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Steele.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of things that I wanted to try to clarify in terms of sometimes people throw around the words maintenance and upkeep, if you will, in the same terms. The maintenance you're talking about is systems maintenance in terms of air conditioners or maybe even roofs or whatever in terms of repairing. Don't you also put aside a significant sum of money every year in the budget to do maintenance, like about $20 million or something like that?
Through the chair, Mr. Steele,
maintenance in terms
you are correct. We have a maintenance dollar amount that we have within our working budget. The items that we have here proposed are much different than that. This is, you can see in the proposal, 59% of it is going to roof replacement, in our schools. So that's a replacement as opposed to just a repair kind of process. So it's an important distinction to make there.
Yeah, I don't want people to think you're using it to wash the walls, wash the windows, and pick up trash and things like that.
That's all the questions we have. I want to open up for anybody else that hasn't testified yet that wants to before we move into debate. Is there anybody else who wishes to address the Assembly on this item that's not debated and not testified yet? Hearing and seeing none, public testimony is closed. I'll need a motion on 2015-125.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay. It's moved and seconded. Mr. Flynn first, sir.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. I've never conducted a poll. Not once. Didn't need to. I was fine. I just talked to my neighbors. That's all. So I care less what this says. Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Holman.
Not sure I follow, but
It's your birthday. You don't have
exactly. I was alluding to the conversation earlier. I'm pleased to find that the school district has reduced in the last, I believe Mr. Foster might have said in the last 4 or 5 years, maybe reversing, and now about $200 million less in bonded indebtedness than we were then today. Finding that, of course, if this gets past this body to go to the voters, that they have a chance to, say yes to taking out almost $10 million less, about $9 million less than what is going to be paid off. And all those are positives. I'm not going to pretend that there are a couple of things that may be working against, but then that's the will of the voters, and it's going to be all up to all of us to educate and explain why it's important and what we could do to further it. But frankly, we've got an opportunity to address some very critical concerns. I'm not sure that it'll pass. I'm very hopeful that people will look at it in very realistic terms, but I'm willing to go forward. I think you guys have really done a good job of sharpening the pencil and making it done. I would like to see, and this is my challenge to the administration, to my colleagues, of course, in the school district, going forward, I suspect that if we have fund balance, if we have revenue left over, as Ms. Domboski was mentioning, and the municipalities have a record of 4, 5, 6, sometimes double digits and millions left over. And we've been doing a lot of saving, and that's a wonderful thing. But I think that if we were to take some of that money and start paying into our bonded indebtedness or putting it in some of these projects that we can not have to defer until they get to a point where we're having to bond so heavily, might not be a bad thing. So these are things going forward we ought to consider, and but I look forward to voting for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Domboski, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. I echo Mr. Honeman's sentiments in that, I'm thrilled to see that your bond package is smaller than the amount you're retiring. I think that's a positive step. I think it's absolutely positive that the bond indebtedness has diminished by a couple $100 million. I think that's significant, and I think that's something that should be applauded. As with Mr. Starr's comment, when he was questioning, one of the things we have to be very mindful of is the amount of bonds we just sold. I think it was nearly $130 million between the school district and the city. And on top of it, we shifted $11 million to property taxpayers that wasn't there last year. So it's significant. When you start adding up all these little nickels and dimes in October when people get their escrow shortage notices, and all of a sudden they have another $800, that's significant, especially for my neighbors. And Mr. Powers, I'm with you. I'm just one of those little people. I make $13 an hour on the assembly, and I was going to say, but you know what? Us little people all together have a big voice, and I think I don't think you're a little person. I think each one of us. I think a lot of elected officials that sit up here. Really, it weighs on us when we think of the people that live in our districts that are on fixed incomes and understand that is a huge amount of money for them to potentially be hit with right before the holidays. So, I do have some concerns, and I've made, whether it's the assembly or whether it's the school district, I have made no bones about the fact that my druthers is not to see flexible language on bonds. Now, with that said, I'm going to make a motion, and I would love for somebody to second it so I could discuss it, because this isn't the same as the motion I made previously. The motion I'm going to make is an amendment to page 2, line 20, and it will read, "The school district may submit to the voters bond proceeds or any portion thereof for other school district capital improvements or solely to payment of principal or interest on bonds as approved in the Home Rule Charter." Now, if somebody will second that, I will. Thank you, Mr. Holman.
I'll second it.
We'd like that in writing for the clerk.
Yes, I emailed it to her already.
Okay, good.
The reason, thank you very much, Mr. Honeman. The reason I say this is not the same as the road projects, Mr. Hall will appreciate this. If you look at lines on the same page, lines 8 through 10, they've already dealt with the ability to transfer money between projects that are approved. So it says right there in lines 8 through 10, the school district shall determine in the application of available money as between the various projects set forth in the above, so as to accomplish as nearly as may be all of the projects described or provided in this section. So I think that takes care of the language if one project's more and one project's less. But what this does do is it articulates these are the projects that have been approved. So we're not going to get a totally new project that hasn't been voter approved. I think that's fair. I think the voters vote for specific, they think they're voting for one thing. If they get something totally different, it's outside of the scope. But the way they've drafted this, it looks to me like they've already dealt with that. So this language would tighten it up, and it would still give them the flexibility, and Mr. Honeman's point, to allow, if they have a project that's $30 million and it comes in at 25, they could put that other $5 million to pay off bond debt. I think that's fair, and I think that's a reasonable way forward. So I appreciate the discussion.
Could you restate where your motion's at?
Sure. It's page 2, line 20, and it reads, "School district may submit to the voters bond proceeds or any portion thereof for other school district capital improvements, or solely to payment of principal or interest on the bonds as provided in the Home Rule Charter." So you'll see basically what I've done is I've taken out the discretion of the school district to just reapply it to any other project. But as you read above it, that line 8 through 10, as you read above it, they clearly state that they can move the money between the projects. So as long as they've already been stated. There you go. Thank you.
Motion, a second on that. So Mr. Starr on Ms. Dembowski's amendment.
Yeah, I'm in the queue for the main motion as well, but what tends to be the confusing language, Ms. Dembowski, in my perception is on page 3 or page 365 of our packet, is the words that say but not limited to. And so when I see the voter sees the language in there that says but not limited to, it's always been put back to us that bond council seems to be okay with, because that language exists in the voter intention of inside the middle of the bonded language approval, says but not limited to, and then it lists those things. In years past, it's been specific to schools. This one has Whaley. This one has Mount Iliamna. If those can't come in for some reason under budget, then we've just said $49 million is approved. Oops, let's not do Whaley, but the voters gave us the authority to do it. Let's go over and do Eagle River Middle School or something. So there's, to me, the issue that I always ask, and bond council comes back and says, well, it's okay. Historically, I appreciate where you're going with it. I don't know if it's just sort of a matter of good faith. Historically, where I've been challenged is when we see the sweeping appropriations that come in from bonds that were approved by authority 6 or 8 or 7 years ago. If I quote too long of a time frame, it's not my intention. It's that they sweep the bonding capacity and pull it in for just general spending. If it's derogatory, because I think the mission statement is somewhat different. I thought that's where you're going on this one. I'm not going to be necessarily supportive of that approach, because what I feel differently in this one is that, with the exception of Whaley and Mount Iliamna, it's fairly clear that, hey, we're trying to fix up what we already own. There isn't this, and there is renewal projects deeper into the illustration, but I think it's an acceptable request, and the voters aren't going to be necessarily as misled in the way this is worded today. I'd like you to motion to take out the but not limited to language, but it's a longer list of things that have to get fixed. Mr. Abbott speaks really good to this. It's a long list. We get what we get done on the top 50. We can only do 40. We come back next year and do the next 10 or 50. I don't know, but I would certainly like to take the voter intent to say that, because you know what happens. We file school bonds yes around out there, and they say, how does that affect my school?
Yep.
So I'll speak now because I won't speak the rest of it. So if we could change that, the last thing I'll speak to on this is, and this is for the school board, whoever authorizes those signs to be put up at every school. Because what Mr. Boyle talked about with the poll, I'm not certain that was really, I think you were checking the pulse of the population. But when I see those 4x8 banners that are at the entrance of every school that says this school is on the bond for such and such, you might as well say please vote yes on the bottom of it. It's helpful to be illustrative, but send out a small piece of paper with every student that says, hey, by the way, if your parents are interested, this school is getting roof done, you know, maybe vote yes. But you know, what happens is you typically put a big sign up there, and then if we have to backtrack or we don't do exactly what we said we were going to do with that big sign out in the street, and I saw a lot of signs, and I don't remember that many projects in the books, and those things have to cost a lot of money. So ease up on the signage. To me, I'm going to call foul on that. That's advertising, and I would rather go out and help you guys market yes through facts and statements like this than a 4x8 sign in front of every school that's got some sort of bonding improvement. If it's just the electrical switches, they don't need a 4x8 sign. So enough. You can take me out of the queue for the general. But
thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Dombrowski, and your amendment before we vote on it?
Thank you. I just wanted to just follow with Mr. Starr. The reason I didn't go straight for the bond language but not two is because I was essentially testing the will of the body with this to explain and show where it's written and articulated in here. If the body decides that they will agree with the amendment, then I think the but not two would be taken out. That was my thought anyway. So that's the reason I did it that way. I'm just kind of...
Mr. Harris, did you want to make a comment to help us through this process?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to add, just in general terms, that the language here that has been prepared for us by our bond counsel from K&L Gates, Cynthia Weed, reflects what is in fact practice, normal practice throughout the United States for every jurisdiction. And as we seek to modify the language, I think one of the cautions ought to be that we would then have to go back to bond counsel to make sure that in fact we'll be able to successfully sell these bonds, or that we'd be able to successfully put them on the ballot. So while I appreciate the sentiment that you're trying to in fact narrow the scope of how these bonds can be used, in fact, by putting any mechanism in there where the voters have, if you have $1 million left over and you don't want to have that sweep action take place, that by having to go back to the voters every time, you're going to be taking these small pots of money that have been approved but have not yet been spent, let's say from 2000, let's say for now it's 2025, and we're looking at the money that exists in 2015 that was approved by voters. We would have to go back for each and every one of those to do any kind of sweep or simply leave it there on the books. It's money that has been, in effect, approved by the voters for us to spend. I'm not sure if that's clear or not.
Mr. Harris.
Thanks.
He's going to bring me back in, Mr. Chairman, because that's the point we're both trying to make, is that 5 years later, and I jumped the queue because you're debating with me on this one, and that's the spirit of what it is why not just not issue them? If you came in under budget and you were authorized for $40 million.
Thank you, Mr. Starr.
Well, they're not listening, so, I mean,
okay. Let's move forward. Mr. Harris, is there anything you can add? I don't think so, sir. We've had this discussion numerous years. Mr. Flynn, sir, on Ms. Dabowski's amendment.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. I was just whispering with Ms. Dombrowski. I like the direction she's headed. However, I wish we had spent a little more time trying to refine the language and engaging bond counsel and saying, here's what we want to accomplish. What's the best way to write it? So I guess we have two options. I've just dissolved one committee I was serving on. You could start another one, and I could try to get this work done on behalf of the body, and we can hold off on this one for a couple of weeks, or
Mr. Flynn,
do it.
we actually could hold off to the 26th on this. In other words, we want to spend the time to get with bond counsel to see if they have a different opinion.
Yeah, I don't think it's an unreasonable task to try and come up with some tightening language, but I hate to try and do it on the floor tonight. So
We always make a mess when we do that.
So I'll just offer that thought and let the maker of the amendment decide if she thinks that's good advice or not.
Ms. Dombrowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And while we were discussing this earlier, I know the Chair of Budget and Finance has been agreeable to bringing this up in committee meeting too. And what I've seen is a very positive engagement from members all across the Assembly to discuss this issue. But because I think ultimately all of us have that feeling, we don't want the perception out there that we're trying to bait and switch the voters, because I don't think that's anybody's intent. And so the discussion on trying to tighten up the language, listen, though I might play one sometimes, I am not an attorney. And so, I drafted this myself. And I have no problem if it's the will of the body to postpone the entire issue to come back and discuss it in 2 weeks. We have to make the decision by the 26th.
We have to make the decision by the 26th. We could take an motion
yeah.
to postpone this action to the 26th.
I'm happy to do that. And like I said, I'm not out here to beat this over anybody's head or anything like that. I just, in this economic climate that we're entering, I think if people see we're really trying to make a good faith effort to tighten up our finances, I think it'll be a lot easier for the voters to swallow. So, so wait, we have. Can I get this comment?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thanks,
sir. State your name clearly for the record, so we know who we're talking to.
Okay, my name is Mike Nero, and I am the Capital Planning and Construction Director for the school district, and I just felt compelled to provide a little bit of a different perspective and a little bit of supporting information for the current bond language as it is stated in the bond proposal, and how we've used that this past year to manage our completing priority projects. I can, we started this year with a $280 million backlog of looking at district-wide requirements, and that's across 7 million square feet of school space. And we prioritized those requirements, and we came up with about $100 million of year one requirements. Of that, we've only proposed this bond proposal, which is $10 million below what we're retiring. So we're still left with about $50 million worth of year one requirements that we've sat and scrubbed the list and prioritized. These are requirements that should be done on the 2016 bond proposal, but are not getting done. And I can assure you that we have the mechanisms in place. Of course, we can do that funds transfer between projects to support an underfunded project that's on the same bond proposal, so we can, help the projects that the voters approved. But at the same token, when we manage efficiently and we're left with a unallocated bond authority, we go to the school board, and I'll give you a good example. East High School had their intercom system is completely failed, and it's limping along, and we went to the school board because we had unallocated bond authority, and we asked them if we can spend that $500,000 on this urgent project, and they gave us approval, and we moved out on it, and we're going to execute it and get it done this summer. That would not happen if we had to go back to get voter approval.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I thought he was going to talk specifically to the proposal to postpone it so we could work on the language. But I think we're getting a debate here, Mike.
I was just providing that.
Yeah,
that
no, I appreciate it. And I think that's exactly what our point is. Our point is if it's something. So, Mr. Chair, as I was saying, I think there's a motion here coming. So, rather than voting on this motion, can I substitute, or should I substitute?
Move to substitute your motion to postpone to the 26th.
Amen to that. Yes.
Second.
Mr. Chairman, can you put me in the queue, please, before we have a motion?
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Because you're not here, go ahead, Yelby.
Can I talk now?
We can hear you.
Thank you.
We can hear you.
Thank you. I really respect and appreciate Ms. Dombrowski's efforts to be transparent to our citizens, and I agree with her 100%. And she is correct. When we were dealing with the bond issue on general government, I texted her and told her that we will have this discussion at one of our Budget and Finance Committee meetings, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. And what I would like to propose is that we also have this discussion that we're having right now at our Budget Finance Committee. I mean, that's what our committee is for, to have discussions such as this, so we can, as a committee, come to an agreement and then make a recommendation to the body. So with that said, I really feel that at this point that we should not postpone and move on with the plan that we will have some in-depth and serious discussion on how to move forward in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. There's a motion in front of us to postpone this item until the 26th.
Not quite. Not yet. There wasn't a second.
Sorry, I thought you were.
So, Mr. Chair, I move to postpone this item to the 26th.
Mr. Honeman.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and second to postpone this item until the 26th of January, which meets our requirement, according to the clerk, to pass that night to get on the ballot. So we don't have to worry about that. So let's vote. Do the vote now on postponing this item to the 26th. Mr. Peterson, Ms. Gray Jackson, you're first.
Yes.
Yes.
Please vote. That is approved. This item will be back in front of us on the 26th. So, next item in front of us is item 14H, AR 2015-338, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, appropriating $326,943 as a grant from the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs Division, Homeland Security and Emergency Management, and a contribution of $2,689.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record and spell your last name if you would, please. Hearing and saying no one, public testimony is closed to what's the wish of the body. Is there a second? Been moved and seconded. Discussion from assembly members. Seeing no discussion, let's vote. Mr. Peterson, you're first. Ms. Gray Jackson, also.
Yes.
Yes.
We are missing all. It's all right, just bring it up. That is approved. Next item in front of us is item 14L, Resolution 2015-339, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, appropriating an amount not to exceed $326,612 of prior year expense recovery revenue.
Waive reading.
Yes, 14I. This is the Anchorage Fire Department to purchase self-contained breathing apparatus, scubas, and related equipment. Public hearing this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify? Please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Discussion from assembly members. Not seeing any discussion, please vote. Ms. Gray Jackson, you're first. Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Yes.
That's approved by the body. We're now on item 14J. Resolution here, 2015-340, resolution appropriating a contribution of $80,000 from the 2015 Heritage Land Bank HLB Operating Fund 221 and $50,000 surplus.
Waive reading.
Purposes. Okay. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify? Please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion from assembly members. Please vote. Ms. Gray Jackson, you're first, then Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Yes.
Are we missing one? Okay. That's approved by the body.
Chairs up that.
Next item in front of us is item 14K, 2015-341, a resolution appropriating amount not to exceed $120,000 as a contribution from the 2015 operating budget real estate department area-wide general fund 101 and $53,030
Waive
lease
reading.
revenue. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
And second,
Second.
Mr. Starr. Mr. Starr, you're in the line, sir.
Well, Mr. Flynn asked a few questions. I didn't see the overall cash flow analysis, but I have one for you, and it's kind of put it out there. When this project was done, orchestrated by Mary Jane Michaels, we, as a local community, the Eagle River Chugiak community, dedicated $1 million out of our Parks and Rec tax collected dollars to succeed the project. We're not paying that fund back through the outstanding balance, are we?
I'm looking at Robin Ward here, who's nodding her head that we're not. But I think we're all better off if Robin answers the question herself.
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, no, we are not. What we are paying back is only the interfund loan, which was the remaining portion that was needed for the improvements on the interior of our unit.
Okay, so the $1 million of local contribution still stands as just that?
That is correct.
Okay, so we're profitable, but maybe wouldn't have been without the $1 million contribution to reduce the debt service. Is that still the way it would have come out?
Yes, and once the debt has actually been retired for the interfund loan, profitable is a difficult term when you own the project and you're trying to just keep the operating costs at a minimum.
Yeah.
So it's not meant to cash flow. It's meant to reduce the amount that each department pays for their space.
Yeah, thanks for the answer for that. And I didn't know where, I'm done. Well, I didn't know where Mr. Flynn was going with his conversations on profitability thereof, but you know, I did illustrate that the $1 million contribution came out of local, and I mean Chugiak Eagle River mill rate dollars to support the project, which for an area-wide library and general building is unique. I don't know of other folks that are doing that. So I think Ms. Ward's answer towards the end was profitability is sort of a fungible definition for this project, and I'd like it to break even, but quite frankly, it'll never repay back the local contribution as we were agreed to. It was highly contentious when we took local mill rate dollars for an area-wide service, meaning the library. But anyhow, Mr. Flynn, did you get all your answers?
I did, Mr. Starr and Mr. Chairman. Thank you for raising the topic. And I don't need to speak further.
I'm done.
I think we've got a positive facility, and I just wanted an update. I asked the same question a year ago,
Yeah.
And it sounds like we're where we want to be finally on this one.
Yeah, well, and the last caveat is half of it's still on the tax rolls because we tax the property because it's public-private partnership.
Right.
And that's truly a good one. We didn't take the whole thing out of service.
Yeah,
Thanks.
and it's privately occupied in some cases.
Right.
So. Anything else, Mr. Starr? Mr. Flynn, anything else?
That was all, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate Mr. Starr starting the conversation while I had to step outside for a minute.
Seems to be no further discussion, so let's vote on item 14K. Ms. Gray Jackson, Mr. Peterson, you're first.
Yes.
Yes.
Please vote. That's approved unanimously. Next item in front of us, item 14L, resolution 2015-343, resolution of this Valley of Anchorage appropriating $510,000 to the Public Transportation Capital
Waive reading.
Project Fund. Okay, this is for local match to federal transit capital grants. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing say none, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion from assembly members. Not seeing any discussion. Please vote. Ms. Gray Jackson, Mr. Peterson, you're first.
Yes.
Good timing for both of you. That is approved by the body. Next item in front of us on page 7 is item 14M, resolution 2015-342, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating amount not to exceed $123,399 to the area-wide general and various service areas SA Capital Improvement Program, CIP funds, from the premiums on the sale of the 2015 general obligation bond.
Waive reading.
A, for the payment of bond issuance costs. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Anyone at all? Hearing you say no in public testimony, close the vote. Wish to vote.
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion from assembly members. Not seeing any. Ms. Gray Jackson, you're first. Mr. Peterson, you're second. Please vote.
Yes.
Your body.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Hall, sir, we need your vote. Thank you, sir. That is approved by the body. Next item in front of us, item 14N, Resolution AR 2015-347, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $120,000 of debt issuance revenue to the Public Finance and Investment Fund 191, Finance Department.
Waive reading.
Finance and Investment Division to pay management and custodial expenses for the municipal cash pool. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record and spell your last name. Hearing you say no in public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to second. Discussion from assembly members. Okay. Please vote. Ms. Gray Jackson. Mr. Peterson, you're first.
Yes.
Mr. Steele, sir. Thank you. That is approved by the body. The next item in front of us is item 14O, Ordinance AO 2015-138, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21, Land Use Planning, New Code, effective January 1st, 2014, to amend the provisions regarding architectural
Waive reading.
designs, to allow menu boards. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. Good to see you again.
Thank you. Billy Ray Powers, P-O-W-E-R-S. I like this. Anything we can do to encourage business. In fact, I'd like to see a sales tax in lieu of property tax. So the government, the local government, would have to get business friendly, because that's where our revenue would come from. I love this kind of reduction of regulation. In fact, I think if you got a cup of coffee brewed here today, you should be able to sell it today. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to testify on this item? Please come forward. Hearing and saying no in public testimony is closed. Vote to the body.
Move to approve.
I need a second. Been moved and seconded. Discussion from assembly members. Mr. Bowski.
Thank you, Erica, the woman of the hour. So, Erica, can you just give us a quick recap on where we left this on the last from committee? As my mind, as I remember, the only issue of contention was the 50% of the sign area. Is that how you remember it? Where the industry was concerned about that 50%, they were thinking it was a little low.
Through the chair, Mr. Bosque, I apologize. I actually missed the last assembly committee meeting that the industry was at, but I believe it was the 135% where there was the disagreement that the industry was asking for 150%.
Okay, I knew it was that paragraph. It was in there. And I was trying to, from your perspective, from the last meeting or the last time you were at the meeting and the discussion came up, the last one that was robust was when you were there. So with that said, is there anything in here that has changed since then that we should be aware of? To me, when I read it, it's been a few months, but it looked very similar.
We added the provision that takes away the maximum height of projecting signs. There was some discussion when the Willowa sign went up downtown that there's a minimum height and then there was a maximum height, and that was being interpreted as the sign couldn't extend past a certain height, which I'm not really sure was the original intent, but we felt that that really wasn't necessary. So that was added in, I think, after the last time the committee had a robust discussion on this.
Okay. From your perspective, is there anything else in here that I know you've been having? You worked with many to kind of come up with this negotiated ordinance, and so from that perspective, is there anything in here you feel like this is a good balance and they were relatively happy? That's the feeling I got. But.
I do.
Okay. Thank you very much. With
Anything else, ma'am?
No. With that said, I just would like to point out to the body that the one sticky point that it seems between the planning department and the industry was on line 38 of page 1, and that's what Erica and I were just discussing. The industry would have preferred it to be 150% of the maximum sign of the size for the site, and the planning department's solution was 135%. So I would think if there's going to be an amendment, that would be maybe the one and only amendment that I could foresee coming. You know, I can live with 135%. I would be fine with 150% too. I don't know that I'll let other members of the committee speak. I don't know that I was dead set one way or the other. So with that, I'll just say, in general, this ordinance is something that robustly went through the committee, and I know there was a lot of effort to work with industry to try to come up with a balance. But with that said, if this 135% doesn't change and there's a major issue, don't be surprised if we might come back for another amendment to it. So I'll just throw that out there.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Starr, sir.
Erica, the other issue that's talked about is the ability for temporary construction facing to be dealt with, and I don't read in the remaining changes that the ability to placard over vacant buildings or vacant buildings under construction was dealt with in the revision. Can you show me where it would have been? I don't.
Erica, wasn't that a separate ordinance completely?
Apologize for the delay. Through the chair, Mr. Starr, Ms. Johnston. We did pull that section in. It's on page 4, lines 30 through 32, where window applications are allowed to exceed 50% of the window area, or are not allowed to exceed 50% of the window area unless the structure is under construction and not occupied. If under construction, the windows may be fully covered.
Okay, and then the retail that allows them to paper over 50% of their windows for 90 days, is that one not legal now?
The ordinance that Ms. Johnston had brought forward went to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and they recommended approval for this provision, but they did not recommend approval for that provision.
Well, it's not to gloss over, because a lot of our retail establishments do it, particularly around the holidays. Some of them paper over 100% of their windows for quite a while, not under construction. So I don't know what enforcement's doing out there. Do you have a sense on that?
I can't really speak for enforcement.
It'd be nice to be able to capture retail in here as well. But the 100%, thank you, the 100% window papering, I'd like to have the latitude or legislative intent on the record that it's not just buildings under construction. The Salmon Bake downtown, some of those, it's helpful to paper them over, but we need to set policy on what our vacant buildings are allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do. And I don't think this does it. It certainly helps hide and cover construction type related, but it doesn't do anything for the vacant building that's sitting there with all the glass. And so, I mean, I'm happy to go this first step, but I think the retail element of them being able to cover half of their signs, hopefully with not going out of business signs, but with some signs that help them retail. And then, like I said, we still don't have a policy on vacant buildings that we can address. And I'd hate to see what that looks like. If you've been in communities that just make it up, there's all kinds of things. Other advertising occurs. Political signage is ripe for vacant buildings, glass, and so you know, you're leaving the body, Ms. Johnson. I get that.
Any other comments from the Assembly on this item? Okay. Mr. Dabowski, do you want to make an amendment to change it to 150, or do you want to go with 135?
I'll try it and see what happens. Oh, Patrick's telling me not to do it. Well, I would rather roll it back if we have to. So I'll move to make an amendment on line 38, page 1, to change it to 150% of the maximum size of the sign.
Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded. Mr. Dabowski.
Mr. Chair, as I said, this was one of those things we're really not far off. It's very, very close. And so my druthers would be to pass it, and if for some reason the planning department sees a major issue and we have to roll it back, then roll it back. It's always harder to go back and add more than roll it back. So I'd rather start with 150, but that's my personal preference. So we'll see what the body does.
Discussion from Assembly members. Seeing none, let's vote on changing it from 135 to 150 on line 38. Mr. Peterson, Ms. Gray Jackson, and then everybody else. We need you two to vote.
Yes.
First.
Yes.
Okay, please vote. Mr. Steele. That's approved by the body, Ms. Dabowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recommend approval.
You're on a roll. Okay, we now have in front of us 2015-138 is amended. No other comments. Let's vote. Ms. Gray Jackson, you're first. Mr. Peterson, you're next. It's on the main.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. That's approved by the body. Next item in front of us is item 14P, ordinance AO 2015-132, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly submitted to qualified voters and municipality bankers the regular election of the regular municipal election of April 5th, 2016. A ballot proposition to amend
waive reading.
Limitation. Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify? Come on forward. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Bob Mayer. I would like to testify in support of placing AO 2015-132 on the April municipal ballot. However, I wish to take this opportunity to expand on the issue of the tax cap by having the annual calculation of the tax cap audited as part of the municipality's certified annual financial report. Further, I would ask for my request to be added to this ballot proposition in order to place the requirement for this audit into the Anchorage Municipal Charter. Having independent auditors check the computation of the tax cap as part of the CAFR would go a long way toward assuring all of your constituents that the various parts of the tax cap were correctly compiled and computed. The primary purpose of the audit of the annual tax cap is not to find errors and omissions in the financial dealings of the municipality. Rather, it is to assure your constituents, city officials, creditors, the bond houses, and others involved in the financial records of the municipality that the items under audit have been prepared with due care and in accordance with the appropriate standards, and also that they fairly represent the reality of the municipality's financial affairs. In this case, one of those appropriate standards is the Anchorage Municipal Charter's tax cap. Scheduled for tonight, before it was withdrawn, was a proposal for an Anchorage-based sales tax. Passage of any tax to either replace or offset a portion of the real estate property tax will be extremely difficult. The majority of your constituents will have to be convinced that the tax cap will effectively limit the ability of the then-seated mayor and then-seated assembly to subsequently raise real estate property taxes back to prior levels while also maintaining the new tax collection. In summary, I urge you to place this on the April ballot amended with the provision that an annual audit of the tax cap calculation be included as part of the Municipality of Anchorage's certified annual financial report. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to testify on this issue.
Good timing, sir. Question for Assembly members. Thank you, sir. Coming back, huh? Welcome, sir.
Billy Ray Powers, P-O-W-E-R-S. The folks in this town, the little people that are working private sector jobs and trying to make their payments, and folks working public sector jobs trying to make their payments, they need to kind of know where they stand on their taxes. Now, not this last administration, but the administration before that, we had a runaway here. I mean, we had a serious runaway. The computations were jimmied. There was all kinds of stuff done out from under the tax cap, which changed the amount of money that people got taxed. And in some cases, taxes went up nearly 400%. We don't want to run away. We want to know what our tax bite is going to be. And all this gerrymandering and trying to beat the tax cap, that's not good leadership, man. That is not good leadership. Whatever it is, let's get it solid and let's keep it there so folks can understand where we're at. I would personally like to see a sales tax completely replace property tax so everybody has skin in the game, not just the little people that are trying to make their payments. So let's put this on the ballot, but let's be real clear on what folks are voting for here. Tax cap is really important to this city. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, sir. Stop. Okay. Anybody else wish to testify on this item, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Evans, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to note that it was 100% public testimony in favor of this measure. At the outset, I just want to make it clear that this issue has gotten some fair amount of attention, and I don't think it's necessarily a litmus test for being liberal spending politician or a conservative politician, how you fall out on this particular issue. There are pros and cons to both methodologies that we've had in place over the since October and before that. I think people that are smart and are meaning to do well for the city of Anchorage can make a reasonable argument for either methodology. And Mr. Flynn and I have disagreed publicly on this, and Mr. Flynn has made some good points. The fact is that under the methodology that I propose, that we had in place before October, there are disincentives to providing tax relief with one-time money. I don't think it bars it, like Mr. Flynn would say, but it certainly disincentivizes the Assembly from doing so. But regardless of the substance of either of the methodologies, I think there is a bigger issue at play here. And actually it was touched on by the people that testified. It's the issue of trust. It's the perception issue about us tinkering with the tax cap for our own benefit. And I think that perception is far more important than the reality of whichever methodology we end up using. Because no one on this body can say that either one of those methodologies is harmful to the city, because we've done both. This year's budget was passed under the methodology we placed in October, and for 4 years before that or longer, we were using the other methodology. And there's people on this body that have voted for that, and they wouldn't have done so if it was going to be harmful. So we can go with either methodology in good conscience. I think thus we need to put it up to the people to see which one they want. We can work with either one. When I put this forward, a lot of people behind the initiative that's out there, thought I was kind of foolish because they said, how are you going to get 8 votes on the Assembly when, a majority passed this 9-2. Was it 9-2? Yeah. Jeez, worse than I thought. And I think, and I'm still confident because I'm not asking for anyone to reconsider their votes on that October issue. I'm not asking for anyone to change their position on which methodology they prefer. I suspect, everybody's going to stick with the methodology they voted for in October, but I think it's important. This is not a motion for reconsideration. We recognize that there's 2 methodologies. We're going to leave it up to the people to vote. I think that's going to go a long way to, giving some semblance of trust in this body that we recognize that ultimately, the tax cap is important, and the people, view that as, one of their major constraints on what we do. So anything we do to support that trust, I think, is a good thing. I think it's also important to put this methodology one way or other in the charter so that it doesn't become a back and forth every time this majority on the Assembly changes. We change that methodology to suit ourselves. We get one methodology or the other into the charter, and then it's in place, and it's not going to be changed, so easily. And I will propose, if we put this on the ballot and it fails, I will sponsor and support a measure to put the other methodology into the charter, because I think that is an important principle.
Wrong with 7-2. Sorry about that.
7-2, okay.
Yeah, you were too far off.
I was close.
And actually, and what I would like to see tonight is not only that, we can pass this by the 8 votes necessary, but that it's unanimous. That each one of us, recognizing the importance of establishing that trust in the public with respect to the tax cap, allows this issue to go forward, have the people vote on it, and we'll use whatever methodology comes out of that. So I think, an 11-0 vote would send, would be quite a story and would make quite a statement about, the willingness of this body to trust the voters on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Starr, sir.
Well, the clarity's necessary. Sometimes it can be interpreted that we're doing really good things on the tax bills when they get sent out by saying, oh, here's a tax credit because we got state revenue sharing, and we put that sort of down what they call below the line. And then mayors sometimes write a note saying, look, I gave you a tax credit. Aren't I good? Why we're sort of moving the shell over the tax increase above the line. And I think that's the disingenuous nature that if the public sort of saw that, it's great. It placates the legislators in Juneau that give us revenue sharing. They think, look at that mayor took it over and moved it over to property tax relief, when in fact they don't recognize that we just increased taxes up above it. So that's how it's done in a way. I wish I had had a couple examples of how it's done creatively, and it's done confusingly, to be honest with you. I think one statement that Mr. Evans made was, I think it should be done one way or the other. certainly that's helpful. In terms of this year, it's being proposed through our budget that we match it through that way. What if we don't get revenue sharing at all? So that's, here nor there. I'll support it from that angle, but in doing so, I probably should have done this at the beginning of the meeting. I didn't recognize that it happened, but I'm a signer on the original application to repeal the Assembly action on the petition in front of the clerk's office. So the 2000, if you're fine with that, Mr. Chairman, it's a totally separate matter. It won't make the ballot. They're not going to be competing. It's not going to make the ballot on purpose. It'd have to be in front of us tonight to do that. So in that debate, I think what I'm looking forward to would be a unanimous approval of this action. Pick one. It's one way or the other. If this one doesn't work, then we're going to answer the question another way. I've still got a year on this body to work on that. So thank you, Mr. Evans, for
Mr. Starr.
providing. No, Mr. Evans actually carries the water on this one. This is the right thing to do. I strayed for a minute, but pick a way. We can set the budget. We can determine the total taxes collected and all the other stuff above if we have it on paper on how we're going to do it, and not just every budget cycle it change based on the needs or what the feeling is in Juneau or what the feeling is on this Assembly. Pick one, and I like this one.
Mr. Flynn, sir, on the issue in front of us.
Well, Mr. Chairman, much as it pains me, I'm going to have to disappoint Mr. Starr and Mr. Evans. A few things. There's an old saw. I think it goes along the lines of, where you stand sometimes depends on where you sit. I don't personally subscribe to that. I know where I sit, and I don't give a darn about where I might happen to be standing that particular day. I know exactly where I am. However, Mr. Starr, in some of the earlier conversations, you referenced members of this body who had gone on to service in another body. I'm pretty familiar with that one, too. And I personally witnessed the death of municipal assistance and revenue sharing in the 1990s. Watched it happen. Because it's a cheap vote. If you're a state legislator, we're not going to go tell our constituents that they raised their taxes. We're just going to suck it up and figure it out, because that's what we do. That's what local government does. And there were former members of this body, in that body, at that time, and they're going to do it again. It's not an if, it's a when. And so that was the reasoning behind my original advocacy for giving ourselves the choice as to how we manage those funds. And, I think that's a responsibility as fiduciaries of this municipality. And Ms. Domboski, you mentioned bond ratings. Our bond rating hasn't changed. Theirs has. Do we want to place the integrity of our bond authority with the group that just lost theirs? I mean, we owe it to ourselves and faith in ourselves to make good decisions on behalf of taxpayers and to be held accountable if we don't. And I'm not afraid of that accountability. And I understand everybody wants everything to be cut and dry, very sure, no questions asked. We know exactly what we're doing every year, but that ain't the way it works. It doesn't even work in private business, and you and I know that better than most.
That's right.
So I appreciate the sentiment. Mr. Evans and I have had a public dialogue. I appreciate how respectful he has been of the various points of view around this. I tried to hopefully have reflected that same level of respect, but I can't grant your wish and give you a unanimous vote unless you're willing to vote no with me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Ms. Gray Jackson, you're in the queue.
Mr. Chairman, I have a lot to say, but, my leg hurts. So.
Well, we're not using your legs, we're using your mouth, ma'am. Do you have anything else you want to say, Elvie?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be brief. We had some pretty serious discussion and good dialogue on a lot of issues tonight, particularly involving indebtedness and intent and voter approval, because in the end, what we do as a body passes the information and that trust in the community as to whether or not they will approve and adopt essentially what would be equivalent of a tax increase to property taxes, and that's what it boils down to. The offset to the property taxes, of course, is all other revenues that come in under the cap, which is why I was not as concerned about raising the fines and fees, including law enforcement, public safety fines, because if we had quadrupled those and taken in 4 times the money in those fines, that would, in essence, be a rebate to the taxpayer, property taxpayer. So the irony is that, you know, make it a $1,000 speeding ticket or running a red light, and you're actually saving a taxpayer some money, leaving that to the violator. And this is one of those issues that, try as I might, I have not, since I've been my time serving on this body, been able to figure out how to, as Mr. Powers has said, the little guy, to provide the services that we need. Mr. Powers was very complimentary and complimenting to the Parks Department. Yeah, it's true. It's late, and I've been up all day, and I have to work in the morning. But he was very complimentary towards the Parks Department and said, let's approve a $3 million bond. One of the few times I'd like to almost, and I know thankfully it's recorded, that he's come up and actually said it, and he actually said it repeatedly a couple of times. But my point to this is that I'm not so sure that I'm convinced that we should put this to the ballot as an ordinance. But once before, since I've served on this body, we were contemplating making a law change, and Mr. Trainor, you remember this being the red stripe law, and we actually went to the voters as an advisory. And if the advisory came back that this is what the people wanted, then we, the body, took and changed our direction based on it. It was like 60%, shocked even me. 66, 70% of the voters approved to implement it.
State law, they didn't enforce it.
Exactly. And I think I would be much more comfortable on an advisory vote, and then let us come back and take our dose of medicine and hold our nose if it's one way or the other. I'm not so sure that and I do trust the voters, I do trust the public and the little people, if you will, that pay the taxpayer. But I'm not so sure that it seems to be a bit more complex, and really it boils down to a fundamental philosophical belief of whether it should be done one way or the other. I'm a firm believer of taxpayer relief, true taxpayer relief, and I'm like Mr. Flynn. I don't think, and Mr. Starr, we may not have revenue assistance. We may not get revenue sharing or anything for the next coming couple of years. We should probably make this whole point moot. But I can't support this as it's written, and I'm sorry, I apologize.
Mr. Hall, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To me, the heart of this is trying to explain this to the public.
Right.
Because I can tell you, of the 11 of us sitting up here, there's 11 different understandings about what happens here. And the longer you discuss it, the more confusing it becomes. The best example I can come up with is this year, people, I'm going to use an example of this year, but people confuse the tax cap and the budget. For some reason, $485 million, that's what you're collecting in taxes. They don't understand that the tax collection is just, you know, just a portion of that. But an example I would use, this year we're going to have a low snowfall, the apparent indicator at this point in time. So let's say that because of that low snowfall, we save $5 million in snow plowing. So at the end of the year, we use that to be a tax credit to go back, which is going to reduce our tax collection by $5 million. We come back next year, and we have a heavy snowfall. So now you're short that money because once you give it back, you can't go back and pick it up. So what I see is that would probably disincentivize bodies sitting here going, wow, we got $5 million here, let's give the property tax relief back because we've got it. Everybody loves to have the property tax relief. But next year, that could create a real problem in your budget because of that $5 million shortfall. So to me, the most difficult thing about this is, you know, I have no problem with the public voting. My question for you is, how do you explain it to the voters so they understand what they're doing? And That's the difficult part. So for that reason, I will I will not support this, because I think the discussions we're having about revenue share, forget it. It's gone. The tax reimbursement for bonding, it's gone. It's not coming back. We're going to be at a point here within a couple of 3 years where all of these things that have caused our budget to swing this way and that are just going to be off the table. And we, the citizens, are going to have to be figuring out how we continue to provide services at the level or as close to as we possibly can. But that's my big thing is I don't think there's any topic that ever comes before us that's more confusing than this particular topic. And I've never figured out a way how to explain it so that a voter can understand what we're talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Mr. Peterson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I think Mr. Hall explained it very well, and I agree with his point of view, and I will be a no vote on 14P.
Mr. Evans, last comment, sir?
Yeah, I'm asking for a recount. I just want to say, I mean, it is a complicated issue. I don't think that should preclude us from going forward. I think what it comes down to is a very simple issue. And I don't think it's that difficult to manage the city under this system because you guys have been doing it for years up until October. We were able to find ways of spending money and providing tax relief without creating huge holes the next year. You just have to know what the system is and work accordingly. So I don't think operationally it is that difficult. I think it's actually what the perception is going to be, fair or not, is that there was a new administration that came in of tax and spend liberals, and they changed the tax cap. And that's whether that's true or not, that's the perception you're left with. Putting this on the ballot, allowing the people to decide where the worst case scenario is we simply go back to what we had before. I personally think it's better for all of us to erase that perception, but I hear what you're saying, and I'm no longer expecting a unanimous vote.
Other comments from the body?
I got to hand it to you.
Okay. Ms. Gray Jackson, Mr. Peterson, you're both first.
No. No.
No.
It was almost unanimous, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Evans? It was almost unanimous. Okay. Okay, now we're going back to item 13A. Let me get on my screen. Item 13A, Ordinance AO 2015-131, Ordinance amending Municipal Code, Title 21, Land Use Planning, New Code, effective January the 1st, 2014, to amend Section 21.0.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your inquiry for the record and spell your last name if you would, please. Let us know what part of town you live in. Anybody at all? Hearing and seeing no one. Public testimony is closed to what's wished of the body. I need a motion on 13A.
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second. Ms. Dombowski, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to make this really quick. Hopefully everybody's seen P&Z comments. It looks like one of their comments was adopted. The other one, I would like to make a motion, and it will be to adopt P&Z's comment. And let me get to it. The numbering's changed just a little bit. Sorry. Section 2. Industrial definitions. Sorry, I'm looking for it. I think it's section 4. Okay, there it is. My amendment will be to, it's starting on page 7, section 4. My amendment's going to be to delete section 4 and renumber appropriately. So, very quick, I know I need a second, though.
Second.
Thank you. Very quickly, P&Z, if you look at their commission meetings and their resolutions, the commission found that it has not been shown that the changes to the outdoor keeping of animals section was necessary, and there does not seem to be a widespread problem. So P&Z is recommending that that section of this ordinance be removed, and I support that change.
Mr. Starr on Ms. Dombrowski's amendment? Okay. Any comments from assembly members on Ms. Dombrowski's amendment?
Can you clarify which page that is again?
Sure. The amendment is, it's page 257 of our packet.
It's right here.
So it's the ordinance relating to the outdoor keeping of animals, or the section regarding the outdoor keeping of animals. P&Z recommended removing this section as they did not find that there's an issue. They didn't think it was justified, basically.
Well, I've got a question then of community development. Is that possible to bring?
Go ahead.
I don't know if it's Erica or Mr. Schutte or somebody.
Figure out how you want to vote? Yes.
Okay. Basically, I'm just trying to figure out if there's I understand P&Z recommended removing it. What is the suggestion, or what's the position of the Department of Administration?
Through the chair, Mr. Honeman, first of all, there is no change in Section 4. We brought forward the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation, which was not to make the change that had been proposed in the ordinance that they saw, but because it was in the title, I left the section in this ordinance. I wasn't entirely sure what to do, and I had understood that Ms. Gray Jackson was interested in this topic. We're relatively neutral. We had originally intended to ensure that outdoor keeping of animals, and again, I want to emphasize, we're not talking about cats and dogs, we're talking about chickens and rabbits and those sorts of things. The original intent was to ensure that these animals were kept at least 10 feet away from lot lines on small lots to reduce neighbor-to-neighbor conflicts. I'm not sure how many conflicts have arisen. That would probably be something that would be good to check in with code enforcement about.
Who would, if you might, and maybe Mr. Bosky knows this, would this be an animal care and control complaint, or would this go through code enforcement through Public Works or our community development?
I believe it would be code enforcement.
Okay. I mean, candidly, this is something that came before the Public Safety Committee meeting. Somebody actually brought up an issue about, and it could have been dogs and cats, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So it may be that this is not the specific section, but it can be an issue. I don't know that it has been, so you're right. Sitting here without information to be able to say we should keep it or pitch it, I don't know. Thank you, Mr. Tony. Thank you. So it's your recommendation, Mr. Bosky, the amendment is to remove section?
Actually, you know, if I may, Mr. Chair. So when in doubt, pull it out. That's my philosophy when it's the law. When I read this, I couldn't tell where exactly the change was, but that's why I was going to pull it out. But considering that it's in Title 21 now, and they're not recommending a change. It sounds like they just put it in this particular ordinance, so if somebody wanted to change it, they could. That's what it sounds like. So my recommendation at this point is I'll withdraw my motion, and I still recommend leaving it as it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I suggest you talk to Ms. Osiander, too.
So you withdrew your amendment, your motion?
Yeah.
The second?
Yeah, if I could be clear, if we don't do anything to this section, it remains the way Title 21 is now.
Currently.
Okay?
Thank you.
But as I read P&Z, when they were saying pull it out, that's why I thought, well, when in doubt, let's not go into the chickens and goats again.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Starr, on the original document from us, unamended.
Yes, it's going to be Section 6 has been changed as it relates to lighting. Page 259 for us. Yep. In non-residential areas is what we're talking about. My challenge is out in Chugiak Eagle River. We have a fair number of commercial entities that either are zoned, sort of arbitrary zoning, future development, or whatever we're calling that stuff out there. Does this mandate that those facilities have to be lighted, or are we trying to control the lighting that they do use?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, I believe this means they have to have lighting.
You know, that's going to be a little bit challenging for areas that like to be dark or we don't have clear zoning on where they can use. I can tell you right now, you drive up and down the Old Glen out towards Eklutna, there's plenty of single light, farm style lights lighting up 4 acres of commercial. So I'm not ready to support this change if that's what will happen.
It's exists in current code that parking lots, non-residential parking lots, have to be lit.
New Code 21 that just took place January 1.
No, in the old code as well.
In the old code it says that. It must be something we're not enforcing because we got plenty of dark commercial zones out in our area, which I'm sure they'd like to keep it that way. Okay, well, I appreciate the clarity. One policy call that I'll make, even though it's late, is to try to minimize packaging, and I call it packaging, of kind of conflicting sections. I know we have to update code altogether, but you know, we're doing it on one now that we've kicked back. It's got 5 different things all packaged in one. So if there's terms to be, my suggestion is if they're controversial, instead of administrative, you know, kind of separate them out so we have them separately in front of us. I mean, especially if you're going to go down lighting standards, I think the design criteria manual, all those other ones, those should be standalone submittals to the assembly if you can do it that way. I know it's somewhat cumbersome, but when we get around to debating that, either that or we got to bifurcate, and I'd rather not do that. So the trend to package them is convenient, certainly, but could be conflictive if we want to deal with one at a later date. That's what's happening on Chapter 23, for example. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Flynn, sir.
Yeah, just make sure I am clarifying. We're only speaking about the actual parking areas, not the whole lot.
Through the chair, Mr. Flynn, that's correct.
All right. Yeah. So, yeah. And really, Mr. Starr, this is, as you know, this code enforcement is complaint driven. So I suppose if Stars Enterprises out in Chugiak had a poorly lit parking lot and someone tripped and fell, they might call code enforcement. But really, this one's pretty small, I think. But I understand your point.
Okay. Any other comments from assembly members? See no comments. We're going to vote on this item. We're voting on 2015-131. With no amendments, as the clerk tells me. Please vote now. Ms. Gray Jackson, Mr. Peterson, you're first.
Yes.
He's dropped offline. His battery ran out. That's approved by the body.
My bad.
Okay.
Is that funny enough?
Just now. Let's get down to item 17. 15's not coming up tonight. Huh? Go ahead, Mr. Bowski.
Mr. Chair, we're on item 15A, yes?
Yes.
Can I move to postpone that to February 9th?
Absolutely.
Second.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, if I may, I would just like to request that at our next meeting during our dinner break, maybe we have an executive session so I can lay that item on the table. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Flynn, don't run too far.
He's on a roll now. Is there any objection moving this item until the what? 9th of February? Seeing no objection. Ms. Gray Jackson.
No objection, thank you.
Ask unanimous in the body. See no objection. This item will come back in front of us on the 9th of February. We're now down to unfinished agenda. There is none. Large participation. Is there anybody who wishes to address us on? Come on forward, sir. You've been standing a long time.
We went marathon.
No, 12's marathon. This is early. Welcome, sir.
Hi, my name is Richard Langto. My last name is Lanctot. Thank you for the opportunity to address you guys. I've worked at Solid Waste Services. I've also worked for street maintenance, and now I'm currently working for People Mover as a bus driver. And there's some things that's going on, it just boggles my mind. Like, as a bus driver, the other day, all the routes were nothing but ice, okay? you go 7 miles an hour, you try to stop at an intersection way before the intersection, and you run way out into the middle of it with your bus. I heard other people on the radio complaining, you know, oh, they just got into an accident, or there was an accident that happened just behind them or just in front of them or whatever. A lot of accidents that day. This is, I think, Friday. I know I had called in the night before on my routes to ask for sanding on certain parts. The next day, I could tell there was nothing sanded. And yet it got worse because it snowed like a half an inch over, you know, early in the morning, and it just turned into ice throughout the day. And all day long, we had operators that were complaining about they needed roads sanded, and dispatch by like 5-something, 6 or something like that at night said, we can't get a hold of anybody, it's after hours, whatever. And my thought is this is a city-owned bus, okay? If it gets into an accident, it doesn't matter if they're at fault or not. There's somebody out there with their hands out, okay? Now, to me, and not only that, they say, well, we can't get a hold of anybody because it's after hours, and, excuse me, but my supervisor says, well, they should be able to email them or anything like that. You know, I know you guys have hotlines to street maintenance, but to me, people mover bus dispatchers should have a direct line to each supervisor on duty, no matter who it is or what time of day it is, okay? And say, look, we need it to be sanded or the ice be taken care of or whatever, okay? There's no reason why the two people or two city entities cannot communicate in a manner that can be mutually beneficial for the city at whole, okay? Now, like right now, currently, I've asked for several days about our bus turnouts, where if they could get somebody from street maintenance to come in there with a grader and grade it down to bare pavement, okay? Because what happens is it gets built up along the sidewalk, and you pull up, and just as you get ready to stop, as soon as you stop, the bus slides away from the sidewalk about 3 feet. Well, you know, you got little granny over here that's 4'10", you know, and 65 years old. You know, we've had, you know, bus drivers call in and say, you know what, we've had a lady out here, she slipped and fell on the ice. You know, that kind of stuff can be avoided if we could get street maintenance out there to just trim up them places and get all the ice down. They've got blades out and stuff like that, and I overheard some people the other day saying something about, well, they can't go out there unless they get emergency funds in order to be able to address the streets and stuff like that. Now, I don't know about you guys. To me, that's the craziest damn thing I've ever heard. You've got people on staff 24 hours a day at street maintenance. On staff, already on the payroll. You don't have to pay anybody any overtime. They've got a building about the size of this room here full of sand. I know, I've worked there. Full of sand. There's no reason why nobody was out there sanding all day. No reason, okay? And I don't care about no budget. If they ran out of sand, you guys would find the money. Because eventually you guys found the money that day after my son had gotten into an accident. He said he and his mother were standing out there, and the sander went by. It wasn't sanding, but when he came back by the next time, he sanded the roads. Now, to me, that...
Time's up. We've got to move on. Let's see what we can do to help you.
Well, yeah, no, okay.
And we appreciate your passion.
Hold on, Mr. Blank, hold on.
Stay here, sir. We may have some questions for you. To the administration, is there a way that a bus driver can tell street maintenance what's going on to get some help out there? Because otherwise, it ends up going to our legal department to deal with the accident.
The transit dispatchers have the contact information for both the state and the municipal street maintenance organizations, which are, I can't speak for the state anymore, but the Muni operation is almost 24 hours, and there is a number that the transit dispatchers have and can use if they have if there's a road condition that they're concerned about.
Well, they said that they could not get a hold of anybody because it's after hours. So my guess is the number that they have is the same thing that the general public has, which goes to a hotline, which nobody ever picks up and answers. It's addressed, but it's not addressed then. They ought to have a direct line to each supervisor, no matter what time of day it is.
And I'm telling you that contact information is available.
Yeah, I think what
Mr. Flynn.
what we might be running into, and we can't solve this tonight, but we'll work on it. A lot of the bus routes, of course, are on state roads.
Right.
And so even though we have people there,
I agree.
so we'll work on that. Maybe we
But
can put together what's called a TORA, where we take responsibility for handling those, and they pay us for it. We'll work on it.
But a lot of our roads weren't done either. I know because, well, I ain't got to tell you. You guys know. Thank you.
Yeah,
Would
thank
you call our ombudsman, Daryl Hess? His number is, the standard prefix, 4461. I want him to look into it for you.
Ombudsman 4461.
Daryl Hess, 4461.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to address this on item?
I put a little final on this. I was going to get up and say something nice, and this guy took the wind right out of my sails. I was going to say, my gosh, this year I've been here half a century. And this has been the nicest winter. We've had sanding done. The snow plows are courteous. They drop the gate in front of the driveway. We've had exceptional street service. Now, you're coming up to a stoplight. I want to stop about 200 yards back and then creep up on it. I mean, this is Alaska, man. We live in Alaska. This ain't San Diego. So I think that our administration or whoever's in charge here has done a fabulous job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Billy.
Anybody else wish to address the item, assembly on an item? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one? Up to somebody's calls, take a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Is there a second? We're adjourned.
Not every